That took a moment. Hey, I'm not reading Confessions by St. Augustine. Dang it. This is a chill stream, guys. This is not a reading stream. What the heck? I adjusted this before. No, it's not adjusted. Dang it. Okay. Well, I'm live. I wanted to hang out here for a while. I do need to do my nails. I know what you're thinking. Again, yes, again. They're starting to chip. I gotta do a new paint on them. So you guys can help me with that today. Got my products over here. We'll just get that kind of squared away. Full bottle. I thought we could look up some Portland stuff, see what's going on in my fair city. Who knows? And hang out. I'll probably open the panel in a little bit too. Then we can hang out and chat. You know, just chilling, being cool, talking, all that good stuff. So, yeah, glad you're here. Have a seat. We're going to get into some stuff. Oh, someone's commented. Hold up. Jamie Russell's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie's also here. So it's nice to know. Maybe he'll pop in at some point. We'll see. So I guess he's my viewer. Okay, so let's see. It's at my watch later. There was some video that was happening. Wait, I got some interesting stuff. Let's see. Oh, wait, you know what? This one's not really related, but I wanted to watch and respond to this. So, yeah. Why are you crying? Why are you crying, boy? Why are you crying? Okay, let's see. Where to begin? What up, Golden World TV? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Oh, speaking of Portland, guys, look what I'm enjoying. A milkshake from our local fast food joint, Burgerville. They're amazing. They use local products, high quality. This is a Mocha Perk milkshake. It's made with Stumptown coffee. I don't remember the ice cream they use. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, Burgerville. If you're ever in Oregon and Washington area, you might want to check them out because their food is so good. Got that for breakfast today. I was like, you know what? I don't want to cook. Go figure. So yeah. Okay. Well, let's get into this. Okay, this was one I watched already, but I wanted to like kind of watch it and talk about it here. So we're just doing that kind of stream today. I'm gonna share things with you guys. We can talk about them, you know. So we're in my watch later queue. Lots of good stuff. This one was interesting. So I've responded to this woman before, or I've like played her stuff and talked about it.
Are you struggling in your calculus class?
What the heck? This is not it.
Somewhere out there in a podcast lit apartment stacked with empty takeout boxes and Jordan Peterson hardcovers, a lonely Republican man is wondering why no one loves him. And I want to be kind, God help me, I do, but it's hard because this epidemic of male loneliness on the right, it's not about politics. It's not about masculinity being under.
Well, I just want to answer that. Do you think that the male, quote unquote, loneliness epidemic is just a right wing problem? I don't think it's just men that are right wing that struggle with being lonely. Is there a male loneliness epidemic? Are y'all feeling lonely? I think it's just a human thing. But whatever. Let me get myself in the corner. Golden Rule says that men that are lonely are beta. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like if you're lonely, that's on you, you know? It's really, and I don't think it's an issue of like a political persuasion. That's so weird to even talk about it that way.
Attacked or that feminism ruined the dance. It's because they keep trying to court women that only exist in campaign ads and TikTok thirst traps made for profit. These men are chasing an idea of womanhood that doesn't exist anywhere outside a screen or a fantasy. Some hyper-submissive, Bible-toting, Instagram-polished Stepford Barbie who votes red, never talks back, and thinks empathy is a liberal plot to weaken men. But here's a kicker. Even the women pretending to be that don't believe in it. The influencers they idolize are not pious homemakers, they're power chasers. They want the clicks, the contract, the proximity to men with microphones and donor lists. They don't worship their husbands, they worship the algorithm. Half the time, they're just waiting for the prenup to write them. These aren't trad wives, they're grift wives, playing a part for the brand deal. And the men are just marks in a pyramid scheme with an American.
Well, I think everyone knows that. I mean, you have to be really stupid to think an influencer is a trad wife. You know, like I talked about that before on my channel. Like the whole trad wife thing is a bit of a misnomer. I mean, what is a traditional wife anyway? You know, because it really depends on your class for one. You know, my grandmother was, you know, married to my grandfather until she died, and they had a very traditional relationship. But she still worked. You know, she still did various things. She still had a life of her own. Like, I don't know. It's not, that could be down to their class. But a lot of it is just, it's a way, if you have a successful social media platform on like TikTok or YouTube, where you have like millions of subscribers, that's monetized. That's a business model. So you can talk about homemaking on there. A lot of women do because it's like interesting to other women, you know? Other women are interested in these topics because they have to like, you know, do women things. But it's not, to pretend it's not a job is like, you would only date a woman not on social media. Why? Aren't you on social media? So why is it okay for you to be on social media but not your woman? Crazy.
Flag draped over it. To be completely fair, not every woman who chooses a traditional path is part of this performance. There are lots of women out here building homes and raising children with strength and dignity and clarity, and not because they were told to, but because they want to. And that's real, and it's beautiful, and this isn't about them. Defiance till death.
I couldn't come up with a nice, gentle lead into this next sentence, so I'm just going to have to dump it on you. Trad wives are predators like black widow spiders. And how do I know? Because I was once the ultimate Christian nationalist, Mormon trad wifey. Welcome to another edition of Jenny's Confession Booth. I'm sure I'm going to get some hate from a couple of different angles on this one, but we have a world to change. So I genuinely need to tell you what I know. And this video isn't the script that I was going to write today. I was laying in bed this morning at 5 a.m. when Robert's video popped up in my feed, and watching it gave me almost an out-of-body experience. Something just clicked into place. I saw my past life as a rich religious trad wife, and everything just became so crystal clear. And here we are in the video that I didn't know that I was ever going to do, because I saw the truth of everything. The one truth that I think my ex-husband, Stinky Jake, would probably be thrilled to tell everybody. I was a princess treatment grifter. Holy hell. I defended that patriarchy because it benefited me even more than it benefited the men. I retired at age 20. The minute I said I do, and he put that marquee cut diamond solitaire on my finger, I never worked a day in my life after that. There was a little fly in my buttermilk, though, as my granddad used to say, because I married a monster. But if I hadn't, my life would have been rainbows and butterflies, and I would not be doing anything that I'm doing today, because I would still be over there living that pampered princess grifter life. Here's the secret nobody will admit to you except for me.
This is
the secret only a former.
Me. Like, why does that make a woman a grifter? How is that being a grifter? like because you married a man of a certain class and you're able to like live a certain lifestyle that makes you a grifter because you don't have to work because your husband can afford everything, that makes you a grifter. I don't think that makes a woman a grifter. Like, I don't know. That whole, like, a grifter is somebody like that's out here scamming people, but that's what the guy wanted. Having a wife like that is a status symbol. If you're a man who's able to keep a woman pampered, she doesn't have to work, she doesn't have to do any of that stuff, she doesn't have to dirty her hands, that's a status symbol. Okay, so to act like she's grifting on her husband or ripping him off in some way is just ridiculous. Like, that makes a man look superior to other men. It's a status symbol. It's part of the package of his life as well. I mean, what the heck? Like, it's just so interesting. She's like, I was a grifter because I wasn't working. Like, whatever. She's also pumping out kids. I don't know. Like,
Rich-ass Christian nationalist Tradwife can tell you the Tradwife life isn't just toxic, it's predatory.
oh, it's
Here we go.
predatory.
I'm Jenny Gage, and this is Life Take 2. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching. I don't want to spend any time being friendly here. I just want to dive into this topic. I do want to point out, though, that I am still taking back America for the woke, atheist, liberal feminists with my little American flag pen. Go America. So, Tradwife life within the patriarchy. I didn't build the system, but I damn sure exploited it. And here's the thing. The patriarchy groomed and weaponized me from childhood. Through religious indoctrination, I was taught my role was to obey, to serve, to sacrifice, grow up, become a wife and a mommy, have babies, right? They drilled into me that all of my worth was tied to marriage, motherhood, and submission. But I was smarter than average. I took what they taught me and I flipped it. I worked the system to get what I wanted. I grew up in a really poor home and I had absolutely nothing. And nobody was teaching me how to get a job and provide for myself. But I was also born relatively attractive and I learned. By 18, I already knew the right dress to wear, the right smile to flash, the right scriptures to quote. I knew how to look like the perfect wife in training. And it paid off. That would get me out of childhood poverty and launch me into a financially secure life. We built our first home when I was 20 years old, bought a business at 21, had a boat, we're spending summers in Maui by the time I was in my mid-20s. And that's why I'm speaking up today and why I've been speaking up for the past 6.5 years across the globe, because I know firsthand what's really going on behind the lace aprons and the soft smiles. One question that I get a ton on all of my platforms is, why do women defend the patriarchy? Well, you have to look at who the women are defending the patriarchy. The ones defending it are the ones who either have the most to lose or the most to gain. Today, we're going to focus on the ones who have the most to gain, the rich-ass Tradwives. These Tradwives defend the patriarchy so ferociously because they get stuff. They're not victims of it, they're beneficiaries of it. When you're pampered, chauffeured, living in $1 million mansions and never...
Everybody benefits from patriarchy. Patriarchy benefits men, it benefits children, and it definitely benefits women. Anybody who doesn't, do like, anybody who's not on that understanding is like really missing out on something. Like, matriarchy does not build a healthy civilization. It does not build a long-term civilization or a sustainable one. Like, it just can't. Society functions best when there is an order. Men are ordered, women are ordered, children are ordered, And we're all serving under a context of it being in alignment with God's perfect order. Like, that's what patriarchy is about. It's about establishing order. Matriarchy is chaos. I don't know, maybe she's like thinking that there's some sort of egalitarian system, but I mean, really, it comes down to like the order of the home and who's in charge of it. And the home is like just a microcosm of the society at large. Hey, Achilles. Who else is here? Wolfden's here? It sure does. Cool. Okay, let's continue with this. Life take two, woman.
For pumping your own gas, it's easy to convince yourself patriarchy is holy. It's not holy, it's profitable for them. I didn't ever pump my own gas, ever. I didn't ever open my own doors. I never paid a bill. When I got divorced, I literally didn't know how one would go about paying a water bill. Didn't know who the water company was. That was all done for me. In fact, only one time in my entire adult life did I ever walk into a car dealership on my own and buy my own car. Here's how I got cars. Valentine's Day, red $70,000 Lincoln Navigator. Birthday, little convertible. Mother's Day, decked out Honda Odyssey minivan. That's what these crazy girls are calling princess treatment. And you guys, it's intoxicating. And here's what nobody says out loud.
Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here. Right. I could agree with her about that. If your whole purpose of being in the lifestyle is just because you're obsessed with luxury and wealth and that kind of thing, you're never gonna. That's not traditional either, you know. And there's this whole like these conversations about high value men and high value women, and they're generally tied to like very materialistic values. And when you scratch it on the surface, like all these women who are materialistic are basically saying that they don't care what a man's character is like as long as he has wealth to provide for them. But like if a man doesn't have a basic foundation of a decent character, like you're gonna get screwed should anything go sour between you. And like what you're basically, as a woman, when you get into that kind of situation, I mean, let's say you marry a man, you want to have children with him, start a family, who that man is really matters. I mean, you're going to be replicating him, you're going to be giving him a legacy. You need to be mindful about who you're giving a legacy to. And somebody doesn't have decent character at the foundation, then what kind of father are they going to be? What kind of husband are they going to be? Like, and why are you even putting yourself through that rigmarole and effort? You know, why are you putting all your eggs in that basket? But anyway, it's tough out there. Men and women are crazy. The world's always been that way, though, you know. A lot of people want to make it about modern society, but we're not dealing with anything the ancients didn't deal with as well. The human heart can be wicked, and that's why we need a savior. But this woman has gone off the rails and become an atheist, so I don't know what to just say about that. It's awful. Golden Rule TV sort of specified dating sites OnlyFans. Yeah, I'm like, just because she has a Twitter, dang. Just because she's on Facebook, how else is she supposed to keep up with her aunties? No, I get it. No, that's a whole world of difference between like that and God. Dating sites are so disturbing to me. It's just like the concept has always bothered me. And I remember watching a friend who was using a dating site. Like she just broken up with her boyfriend and she was on there and she was like flipping through on her phone, like really quickly swiping. I guess she was on Tinder. And yeah, she was because she told me. I was like, what are you doing? Because it looked like it's seriously, she had the same look in her face and the way she was like going through her phone, scrolling like I do when I'm on Amazon. And I was like, this is way too similar to shopping to me. And it's like, it's like very similar. It looks very similar to me. It made me feel like, oh, okay, you're looking for a date like you look for a pair of shoes. But it's supposed to be something that happens naturally. You know, you're supposed to meet someone naturally, doing the things you like to do, and get to know them, and then, you know, see if you're compatible and that you want to like build a life together. It's really not rocket science. So yeah, it always struck me as like wrong to go about trying to meet someone that way. Ugh. So I put these stickers on my nails and I'm trying to get it off. Not exactly easy. Who knew they would stick so much? I usually have them lift. Anyway. Don't go to a bar. Do not go to a bar. Unless it's for something like communal, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't say never, because there is a European like pub bar culture that might be more community based. Oh, Achilles. I just told my parents the truth. Now they want to unalive me. Oh, dang. Okay. Do you want to maybe expand on that? Chat, we're here for you, Jado. We are here for you. All right, let's continue. Let's see her talk smack.
The women benefit
The poor
even more than the billionaires. The rich boys, they get company, access to sex, kids, maybe someone to drive to the dry cleaner and cook their dinner when they get married. But in that same marriage arrangement, the women get a completely free life, total retirement at age 20. They get literally everything. Tradwives aren't just supporting actors in the patriarchy, they are often the biggest beneficiaries. About 2 years ago, I decided to do a video series on my other platform.
She's really
where I was asking men if they would ever consider being tradwives, just staying at home, retiring, letting their wives take care of all of the financial stuff. I thought that men would resist. I thought that they wouldn't trust that they would be provided for. I thought that they would have a little bit more forethought about the possible negative consequences should the marriage end. No, 100% of the men I asked, including my own partner, my sexy upgrade Kevin, said, heck yeah, are you kidding? Retire today? Kevin's like, the minute you start making enough money that I don't have to work, I am all in. None of them cared about the risks. They all fully wanted to retire. That was my life at age 20. I fully retired.
That's concerning. So let's see how successful her social media gets and whether Kevin's gonna like quit his job the moment she makes enough money for them both. That'll be interesting. Get the tables flipped on her. The thing is, men are built differently than women. Men are able to withstand more than women. That's why the system is set up the way it is. It's natural. Men are stronger. They can endure more. Women break. This is why so many women are like constantly stressed out and like, because they have too much on their plate. Women, we talk about how great women are at multitasking as a society, but in reality, the more a woman has on her shoulders, the less likely she is to do it well. So okay. It doesn't work with women being the breadwinners either. It's just not, we're also just not programmed in the same ways. It's just, ugh. But go ahead, you know. This is the other thing too. It's like you're taking away like what makes a woman respect a man as well. Like if he doesn't have this, if he doesn't have that going for him, like a woman will lose respect if she's the one that's doing everything financially for the household. It's just obvious. You see it all the time in these reversed relationships, and it's not good for a man to be idle. But whatever. Ugh. Getting this nail polish off is a drag, guys. It really is. I'm like, it always astounds me how long it takes. Let me catch up. I know, you don't have to be trad to be down for that. Let's see. I'm catching up with you guys. Jado said it's okay. It's just a demon that made a home in them. Yeah. You know what? I'm tired of this woman. I'm just going to stop with her. I can't take it. I thought I had a point in watching her and I was going to say something profound, but I'm not. Let's go here. Portland tries to toe the line.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by
by
thinking about it.
Downtown and enforcing regulations. Interesting. Is this an ad? I thought I had ad block. What's going on?
Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want.
What in the heck is this?
And watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to...
They took my ad blocker off here. Dang it. Guys, I'm struggling. Now I gotta watch this stupid AI thing.
enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch.
Oh, I am sick.
It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it?
Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Go away. You're ruining my life. Oh, now I can skip the ad.
Hey, I'm Blair Best, and tonight on The Story, we begin in downtown Portland. This week, officials are continuing the push to revitalize downtown. Yes, they're still trying to find ways to do that. But this comes as stricter regulations and increased fees are hitting small businesses and you who may want to park downtown. It's our big story tonight.
I do want to just talk about bringing that Portland spirit, that opportunity to restore and repair and revitalize the community that we also love so very much. And that's what today is about.
That was Portland Mayor Keith Wilson celebrating for the first time in 6 years the return of Sunday parkways in downtown Portland. That's where streets are closed off for a community block party. It's run by the Portland Bureau of Transportation. Here's PBOT's director.
We're proud to bring Sunday parkways back downtown as a part of the city's intentional effort to revitalize the core of our city.
Okay, so you heard it there again. Another way the city is trying to revitalize. Well, not everyone who works downtown is feeling that support. We caught up with the owner of Cafe Nell here on Northwest Kearney Street. PBOT is now ordering them to remove parts of this outdoor dining structure, which they put in place during COVID, because the city deemed some of it unsafe.
That this platform that had existed for 5 years was now 4.5 feet too close to this intersection. We also had to remove a step out here.
Because they said it was a safety hazard?
Well, it was covering It wasn't covering the water meter, but it overlapped the edge of the water meter.
Got it.
So I was being fined for having a rug on the sidewalk. But meanwhile, I can show you photos of 8 to 12 tents totally blocking the sidewalk within a 4-block radius of here.
Do you think that these restrictions on businesses like yours are kind of working against that message?
Of course I do. The city should roll out the red carpet to those of us who are digging in deep and trying to stay a part of the community. Sending a business a fine and a threat, that's not working together for a solution. And why wouldn't you want to do everything that you can to help us survive and thrive? Is the city going to be better off if I close this restaurant down? Is this community going to be better off?
A Peabot spokesperson tells me they gave Cafe Nell 6 months to bring their structure into compliance before being fined. The owner has made some changes and is currently going through the appeal process.
We continue to work together with community partners and the restaurants who want to do the outdoor dining. There have been some instances when we've had to make some adjustments.
Yes, that person may be trans. I don't know for sure. But let's not pay attention to the shell of the person. Let's pay attention to what they're saying, okay? Right? It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman or a man dressed as a woman. If he's right, he's right. I don't know if he's right, though. I hate those COVID boxes. I hated them going up. But, now that a lot of the businesses have taken them down, I do kind of miss them. Is that weird? Like, I'll be like, oh, why is that no longer there? Or like, oh, they used to have a thing outside. I don't even use them, usually. Oh, dang. A watchman's like, hell nah. I don't know. I do think that the city of Portland is not doing enough to support business. I mean, they just raised the rates of like parking downtown. It's already outrageous what they charge to park downtown, and they raised the number of hours. So like before, I think they have it pushed down till 10, where you have to pay to park. Who's going to be down here past 7 o'clock anyway? Unless you need to be. It's just, yeah, little things like that. And Portland Bureau of Transportation is corrupt as hell. But I will be going to my local park, like Saturday or Sunday Parkway party, the next one they have near here.
We've been making adjustments over the course of the past several years, especially post-pandemic, to bring things back into some sense of order. That's really important. While we want to make sure we're helping businesses to activate, we need to make sure that we're doing so responsibly and that the right-of-way is maintained well. So we've put some guidelines in place to help folks to conform to the expectations. Sometimes that does come at some burden to folks, and we're working with them to figure out how we can best support their needs.
And not to mention the increased parking fees, making it more expensive for people to visit and work downtown, exactly what the mayor and others have been pushing for. Parking in downtown Portland will now cost $3.60 an hour. Just 3 years ago, in 2022, it was just $2.20 an hour. But another change when it comes to parking downtown will take effect September 2nd. Parking enforcement hours, which currently end at 7 p.m. every day of the week, will be extended to 10 p.m. Monday through Sunday. Here's what the mayor had to say.
I mean, just think about that. Not only they're going to be like charging people till 10 p.m. when most businesses here close at 5, right? They're also like going to be paying for parking enforcement an extra 3 hours each day. Like how much is that going to cost? Make it make sense. It pisses you off, Jamie? Hell yeah. It pisses me off.
Well, how
am I going to get anyone to visit me?
Usually you park and you pay till 7, and then you can leave your car till the next morning.
What up, Letney? And Callie is here.
It basically extorts $8 more minimum out of you. for parking overnight automatically.
Honey, it's not Memorial Day weekend. It's Labor Day weekend.
It's crazy.
You're right. What
It's
up,
extortion.
Adriana Flowers? Jamie says it's
It's
extortion.
highway robbery.
Me too. Me too. Well, I hope you have fun with the white people and eat some good white people food. Maybe they'll roast some weenies, have some like different layers of or different flavors of chips, mayonnaise based salads, all the good stuff. I like 7-layer dip. That's good stuff. Oh my gosh, getting this nail polish off, guys. Oh, they're gonna have steaks. Nice. Okay. Let me finish this.
When we asked him how these increased parking fees can be seen as working against the city's effort to revitalize.
We see downtown foot traffic increasing, but fees are a way to just fund that transportation network. When we look at our roads, they're crumbling. We see it outside of our windshield. We see it under our bike tires. We have to find ways to fund our infrastructure.
I see it
But
under
we do
my
see
wheels.
a downtown that's revitalizing. We see the renaissance that's coming. We can look at it, continue to look at it, to work with our restaurants and our hoteliers to make them successful.
We've had a lot of conversations about parking, the new extension of hours, the increase in the fees for parking per hour. We hope to be able to continue to work with partners as we've heard feedback to make adjustments to ensure that the things that we're implementing are actually working in support of their businesses being able to survive and thrive.
You're screwing the business.
You've made the jump from paper forms, but your digital data
Everyone knows it, you crazy people. But okay, whatever. I know, I liked her outfit. I was like, this is interesting on a news anchor. She's got her sportswear, sports skirt with pockets. And then she's got her tennis shoes on. Whatever. You think they will? They might, Adriana. Don't give them ideas. Mm-mm. Okay, let's go to Twitter or X, because I had something saved there to share with y'all. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh no, not that. Let's see. Why is this not? Excuse me, guys. I'm dealing with mess that won't, a pop-up that won't go away. Pissing me off. Okay. Pardon my language. I'm live on X. I don't think anyone's watching. Oh, 2 people have seen it. Okay, yeah, there was a news article I shared, so I'm going to pull this up. I wanted to read it to y'all. Yeah, that's this next article that I wanted to share. So this was really interesting to me. And yeah, actually, it was freaky. Jamie and I went for a walk yesterday, and we walked past like 3 sets of people on the same block that were all on drugs, and they were like frozen. It was as if they were statues. Like one guy was like bent over, then there was like a man and a woman, and they were like sitting, but they were like also frozen in position. And then the next guy was like, I don't remember his exact position, but they were all not moving. It was really surreal. I don't know. I don't like it, guys. I don't like all the misery. It does not make me happy. Okay, what is it? Why is it sharing this? Is this a pop? These stupid pop-ups. Okay, so disable my ad blocker. Wow. Do I have to?
Yes. Failure rate.
I don't know which one. I don't know which one they're complaining about. I mean, it's probably just ad block. Pause on this site. Okay, let's see if that works. Just what we need. Okay, yeah, so Central East Side business struggles with sudden arrival of homeless camp, blocking sidewalk and parking. Hey, look, guys, it's 66 degrees right now. What the heck? Ugh. And they wonder why people want to have an ad block up when it's totally difficult to even read anything because of all of the stupid stuff they have going on their website. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a boomer when it comes to this stuff. So, yeah, I thought this was interesting. Every year, store manager Patrick Von Peggert pays the city of Portland over $2,000 for 6 employee parking permits so his staff can park outside of Contract Furnishings Mart at Southeast 9th Avenue and Ash Street. The cabinet store has been there since the 1980s. The cost of the permits just went up. So, okay, here we go. Portland Bureau of Transportation strikes again. The Portland Bureau of Transportation is now asking $2,370 for those 6 permits.
How much?
Should I say it again? Did you all catch that? $2,370.
For the year, right?
Yes. Jamie's in the other room, but he's like wanting to be in the stream. I'm getting all ticked. It's okay, Jamie. Like, okay, let's see. Oh no, dang it. Hold on, guys. Having an issue, kind of, yeah. I need, you know what I need? If you could grab me some more of the, like, oh, I'm stiff. Not this, no. I was wondering if you could get more of these, they're cotton pads, and I keep them in the top shelf of that beige drawer over there. Because these other ones I have here, they're not doing the trick. It's taking like forever to try. Yeah, I just need a couple. I should probably get a jar and put them over here, but I haven't done it yet. Sorry, guys. It's real life over here. This is what you get with live content. Okay, so smoke break. JB watching Terry from the corner. Do they eat mermaids? Oh my! What is going on in the chat? What are y'all talking about? Yeah, I don't know where I first heard about.
I sent you a video of Ellie Ray confronting a guy in a wheelchair who's like those people we saw.
Oh yeah.
So people can see where you're talking.
Next time, pray in your head for the demon to leave them. See if they rub their neck or ear when you pray. Druggies, they sometimes got them. Yeah, I think these people were very, very far gone, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, That is something, yeah. And then we came across a person that had a I carry Narcan bumper sticker. And then Jamie and I were talking about that, like what we thought about Narcan and carrying Narcan. I was like, I don't want to carry it because I don't, like, it's just too frightening to me to consider having to, like, administer that to someone. I don't know. But also, like, it's tough because I feel like a lot of, Narcan has made it so a lot of people don't even fear death with, like, the drugs they're taking. And so many people have, like, been woken up multiple times with Narcan before they're, like, they finally do OD. It's depressing. I don't want people to die on drugs. I want them to be saved, but it's like, it's so hard to watch. Like, you guys, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, and I'm not comfortable, like, filming people either, but I see it a lot when I go out. Like, people just so clearly off their face. But you're right, I should stop and pray. Ugh. Anyway, so let me, I just thought this was an interesting article. Let me read it to you guys. Okay. A Portland Bureau spokesperson said that the increased fees will help fund litter pickup and road safety improvements in the Central East Side. Price hikes are one thing, but Von Peggert's main problem is that some of the parking spots he's expecting to use are now covered up by a homeless camp. It's difficult to justify paying that much money when you can't park a car next to your building. They are taking up areas that we're paying for. A spokesperson for PBOT, Portland Bureau of Transportation, underlined the permits Von Peggert pays for apply to some 1,600 parking spots in the city, not just the ones outside his business. But for Von Peggert, the point of buying the permits is so that his employees can park nearby. I think that if you're going to charge somebody to use these spots, then there's got to be some repercussion for those people that use them free of charge, he continued. Based. Elizabeth is homeless, and she's one of the people camping in the spots outside Von Peggert's company. Us people on the streets, we have a different mindset. We just want to get our drugs and spend time with each other, she said. It's just so, like, why are you getting mad about the money that you paid for an effing parking spot, an empty parking spot? Elizabeth said she didn't understand what Von Peggert could possibly need the spots for. His employees weren't using them, she said. Von Peggert said his employees don't want to park right next to the tents. That's their problem, Elizabeth countered. There's no repercussions if they should break into the car. Having someone there all day long, it doesn't feel safe. People that are working and that don't get high and have different family lives, they do fear the homelessness and the way that they are dope sick and fiending, and they will rob and they will steal and they can't control themselves sometimes. And I get that scary, Elizabeth acknowledged. Yeah. Here's Elizabeth. We just want to do our drugs and hang out. What's the problem? Why you need it? Why can't you just park next to us? You got a problem parking next to us. That's your problem. Von Peggert said he's reported the camp to the city twice since they set up shop on Monday, but the city is a little slow in responding. Of course they are. But parking isn't the only issue. The store manager said that the tents are blocking access for one of his employees who uses a wheelchair to get into work. Yeah, this is one thing that pisses me off about it too, as somebody who also uses a wheelchair. Like, what the fuck am I doing paying for taxes in this city? Very high rate of taxes we're paying, and I can't use the sidewalk. Sidewalk isn't for camping. It's for walking and getting by. It's supposed to be a pathway. He has to maneuver around the camps quite often to try to get here. He has to take a different route, Von Pickert said. He'll sometimes get blocked and have to go back a block and a half to cross over back to where he needs to go. The city of Portland is currently bound by the terms of a settlement agreement after being sued under the Americans with Disabilities Act for this precise reason. The agreement requires the city to assess sites like this one within 5 business days of when it was reported. I've been told it's going to be another week before they can respond to it, or up to a week, Von Pickert said. The city of Portland told KGW that it assessed the site and posted it for removal Thursday after receiving a report on Tuesday. A spokesperson said it will be cleared sometime next week. That's fine, said Elizabeth. We can exist anywhere, any place, and time. This is a challenging situation and one that is understandably frustrating for neighbors affected by the camp at Southeast 9th and Southeast Sandy. The city's Portland Solutions Department said in a statement, "We have a process in place that prioritizes the most impactful camps, and we work to remove as many of those high-impact camps as possible each week. But the process takes some time. We appreciate patience and understanding from the community." The camp is also just across from the Coordinated Care Pathway Center, the home of Multnomah County's drug deflection program. They offer sobering services and a place for people who've been caught in possession of drugs to seek services instead of jail and prosecution. Though she's addicted to fentanyl, Elizabeth said she isn't interested in those services. "Why would I want to become part of normal society so I can complete counseling and treatment just to fucking, be in a cell of life," she said. "It's not easy to take care of situations where there are multiple sides to look at, but you have to understand businesses in downtown Portland are being challenged to stay in the area." I don't know, the inner southeast east side isn't really downtown Portland, but it is inner Portland, and yeah, there is a lot of crazy activity in that area, and it's unfortunate because it's a really beautiful part of the city. There's a lot of the older buildings in that area. What did she do? Crazy, Clay. Leave Missy Mott alone. Leave her alone. Yeah, but I mean, like, how much is that going to cost? No, nobody wants to park next to the tents. It's so scary. Like, why? Usually the people that are on the streets that are disabled are there because of other issues. Like, if because they are disabled, they would get first priority, but usually the issue is that they're on drugs and they can't or don't want to get off of drugs. The city of Portland, like, seriously, if you want to stop being, oh God, did you pray over them? Pray for the demon to leave them. Let's pray for this couple. He just passed them by the Christian Science Church. All right, guys, let's hold hands. Let's just have a moment of silence for the drug addicted couple. All right. I mean, I can't imagine, like, owning a business, paying for parking for your employees, one of whom that is disabled and uses a wheelchair, and you have to deal with this kind of crap. And then you have this like the entitlement. It's just the entitlement of these people. Like, yeah, we want to hang out and do drugs all day. We want to hang out and do drugs and hang out with each other. Like, ugh. Drives me nuts. My nails are still coming along, guys. If you were interested in a progress update. Jamie just sent me a picture of them. They look a little bit more, but yeah, here they are. They're sitting on outside the entrance of a church, mind you. I know it's a Christian Science church, so they are heretics, but like, really? Ugh. Is that the same couple? That's the other thing. Yeah, they're also thin. It's distressing. Okay, let's see what else I got here to share with you guys on these internets. On these internets. Oh wow, here's the actual. I just read that. We could have just watched it. Dang it. I like come over to YouTube and that's like the number one thing recommended is their coverage of it. Okay. All right, this one, Portland, America's strangest city. Let's dive into this maybe while I continue to. Well, the Christian Scientists were founded by a woman named Mary Baker Eddy, and they have this interesting belief that all sickness and disease is caused by error, like thinking the wrong things. And they have a very kind of like new age belief system that
Portland, Oregon, the city of roses, with a population.
They have this like belief system that you can basically think your way out of and pray your way and spiritually advance your way out of any kind of illness and sickness. And they're often like against things like blood transfusions and things like that, or medical interventions. They believe in like prayer healing. Like they can be a bit fanatical. But anyway, it's a beautiful church they have there. And apparently it was the sixth one built in the country. So it's, anyway, I don't think there is some truth to what they think, but like, you know, it's, they take it a bit too far, I would say. Make myself a little bigger. All right, let's see a little bit of this. What's this? They're talking about the city of Portland. I'll speed it up a little bit. Let's see, the city of roses.
Of 650,000 within city limits and a metro population of 2.5 million. It is the largest metropolitan area in Oregon and the 23rd largest metro area in the United States. Portland is located in the Pacific Northwest region of the US and Canada, often referred to as Cascadia. The city lies 60 miles east of the Pacific coast on top of a dormant volcanic field called the Boring Lava Field, named after the village of Boring, which, fun fact, is sister cities with Dulles, Scotland. Portland is situated on the northern end of the Willamette River in the Willamette Valley, which is home to about 70% of Oregon's population. And the Columbia River that separates Oregon from Washington is just a few miles north of the city. Portland has a warm summer Mediterranean climate with cool and rainy winters and warm and dry summers. The winters are typically overcast, while the city does get some snow as well. Portland has 3 major league sports teams, the most famous one being the Portland Trail Blazers of the NBA, with an NBA championship in 1977. The other major league sports teams are the Portland Timbers of the MLS, with 1 MLS Cup from 2015, and the Portland Thorns arms of the National Women's Soccer League with 3 NWSL championships. Other sports teams in Portland include minor league teams like the Winterhawks of the Western Hockey League and the creatively named Portland Timbers too. Interestingly, the city also briefly hosted an ice hockey team in the 1910s and 20s called the Portland Rosebuds, who made it to the 1916 Stanley Cup Finals, where they lost to Montreal Canadiens, making them one of only 2 cities who have been to the Stanley Cup Finals but don't currently have an NHL team. Famous Portlanders include The Simpsons creator Matt Groening, musician Courtney Love, and NFL defensive tackle Ndamukong Suh. If you didn't already know, this is the 3rd part of a 4-part series where we will be visiting interesting locations all around the Western United States and Canada. If you haven't seen the previous 2 episodes about Seattle, Washington, and Vancouver, British Columbia, I recommend you check those out from the link in the description. This video will be divided into 2 main parts. First, I will talk about the history of Portland, after which I want to share my experience visiting the city and exploring some of the interesting sites it has to offer. I'll include timestamps, so feel free to skip around. Starting with the history of the city, the area that would become Portland was inhabited by 2 bands of Upper Chinookan peoples, the Multnomah and the Clackamas peoples. It's important to note that the Chinooks are a completely separate group from the Coast Salish people from Seattle and Vancouver. The Multnomah and Clackamas traded with each other along the Columbia River, gathered berries, and hunted in the area for thousands of years. Unfortunately, however, like in the rest of the Americas, diseases like smallpox and malaria carried by Europeans arriving on the continent led to the decimation of the populations of these 2 groups. Spanish Basque explorer Bruno de Teta was the first European to discover the mouth of the Columbia River during his expedition of the Pacific Northwest in 1775. He tried to explore the river, but eventually had to turn back due to its strong currents. In 1792, a private American ship called the Columbia Rediviva had better success. Captain Robert Gray from Boston, Massachusetts, and his crew became the first non-indigenous people to enter the river, which was later named after the ship. The first Europeans to arrive in the Portland area was the crew of the British naval officer William Robert Brown, who were tasked with exploring the Columbia River as part of the Vancouver expedition. The crew reached as far as the eastern part of the current Multnomah County, claiming the land for the British Crown and naming the nearby mountain Mount Hood after the admiral of the British fleet. Today, there's a plaque commemorating the point farthest inland reached by the crew. A decade later, the American expedition to explore the western United States after the Louisiana Purchase, called the Lewis and Clark Expedition, visited the Willamette Valley in 1805. In subsequent decades, the river was used by fur trading companies as a key transportation route. Fort Vancouver was established as a fur trading post just across the Columbia River from modern-day Portland by the British-Canadian Hudson's Bay Company in 1825, as the British believed that the then Oregon country, which wasn't fully controlled by either the United States or the British Empire, would eventually be divided by the Columbia River, with the British getting the northern part. However, eventually they realized that they might have been wrong about that and decided to build another fort 2 years later just south of the Fraser River. 4 years later, a new settlement was established also by the Hudson's Bay Company, this time at the Willamette Falls, which could be used to run a lumber mill, and this settlement was named Oregon City. Later in the 1840s, it became the final stop for pioneers looking to file land claims in the Oregon country on the route that became known as the Oregon Trail. Many of the pioneers who came to Oregon City settled on the popular trading route between Oregon City and Fort Vancouver, and to build their houses, they of course needed to cut down trees, which they often did in this area, which became known as the clearing. A particular section of the Willamette adjacent to the clearing was also deep enough for a larger ocean-going vessel, as noted by Massachusetts sea captain and pioneer John Couch in 1840. In 1841, a pioneer from Tennessee by the name of William Overton arrived in the Oregon country, possibly by way of California, and began working at the Methodist mission at the Dalles on the Columbia River. A year later, in 1842, an attorney from Massachusetts by the name of Asa Lovejoy came to the Oregon country over the Oregon Trail. He settled at the Whitman mission in what is now eastern Washington state, although a year later he returned back to east with Marcus Whitman, the founder of the mission, and then came back to the Oregon country as part of the Great Migration of 1843, when around 1,000 settlers traversed the Oregon Trail, making him one of the few people who actually did the Oregon Trail twice. And upon his return, he set up a law practice in Oregon City. But what does this have to do with Portland, you may ask? Well, later in 1843, Overton saw potential in the land at the clearing and began considering making a land claim. He, however, lacked the funds to do so and had to find a partner for his settlement. He went to talk to Lovejoy, who he had met during a boat trip from Fort Vancouver to Oregon City, and eventually managed to persuade him to share half of the land claim in exchange for paying the claim fee of 25 cents, which is difficult to translate to today's money, but it was about a quarter of the average American's daily wage, which is still cheap, and it's the reason so many decided to make the dangerous trek over the Oregon Trail. The 2 men then set about clearing trees and building a settlement on their claim. Later that year, however, Overton decided to sell his share to someone else. I couldn't find a clear reason as to why, but some sources seem to think that he was just kind of bored. There's not a whole lot we know about the guy. We don't even know what he looked like. He originally tried to sell his claim to a cooper in Oregon City called James Stevens. The 2 men already had a business partnership, as Stevens bought wood from Overton in order to make his barrels. However, Stevens rejected the offer as he was preparing to make a bid for a different land claim, which ended up becoming the city of East Portland. Overton then went to a store owner and fur trader called Francis Pettigrew, who agreed to buy the share for $50. Now, this was a lot of money at the time. However, Overton owed $60 to Lovejoy, so he didn't really make any money. In 1844, he left for Texas, perhaps because he was told his mother, who was living there, had become ill. After this, though, we don't really know what happened to him. Some people think he was hanged in Texas, and some say he might have moved to Hawaii. Regardless, he didn't return to Oregon again. Back at the clearing, strongly encouraged by the sea captain John Couch, Lovejoy and Pettigrew decided to build a town on the claim, with platting of the town beginning in 1845. As co-owners, both Lovejoy and Pettigrew.
Oh man, the mispronunciation of these names is driving me nuts. The guy's name was Cooch. The street is still called Cooch to this day. There's a number of streets named after these foundational men. So there's Pettigrew Street, there's Overton Street, there's Lovejoy. And you hear some of these names in Portland in The Simpsons if you've watched it. So like Reverend Lovejoy is a character. There's Bob Terwilliger. Terwilliger is a large boulevard that cuts through the south part of the city. Trying to think of other examples. Flanders is another one. Ned Flanders. There's actually a bridge, a pedestrian bridge that's been named after him now and dedicated to Ned Flanders. But yeah, so, and then this Cooch guy. Get you some ivermectin. I'm trying to think. I'm like, sorry, I'm reading back through what you guys are talking about. We have a baseball team. We have the Pickles, the Portland Pickles. Don't talk about the Pickles. Yeah, it's called Cooch. It's so funny because, like, I mean, when I first moved here, I thought it was Couch too, but I was quickly corrected that it was Cooch. And then I got on the streetcar, and they have actually Cooch is. I mean, it depends on what part of Cooch you're on, but in it cuts through the Pearl District, which is actually a nicer part of town. But if you go to the part that's like in Old Town, you might find, I don't know about lot lizards, but you may find some women that are selling just in Old Town, because that's, I mean, you can find women selling pretty much in a lot of parts of town, but you know, anything to get that fent, you know. But it's actually like the Powell's Books is on Cooch Street. So the famous bookstore, there's a Whole Foods over there. It's the brewery blocks. It's all been gentrified, really nice. There's architect firms and like nice fine dining, furniture stores, you know, homewares. There's an Anthropology over there, Free People, that kind of thing. Some of that like fancy activewear, Fabletica or whatever. So like it's kind of a nice area, although they are putting a homeless what is it called? They're putting a shelter in the Pearl District, and the residents are furious.
Wanted to rename the clearing, but couldn't come to an agreement on the name. Both wanted to name the town in honor of their hometowns, with Lovejoy being from Boston, Massachusetts, and Pettygrove from Portland, Maine, respectively. They decided to choose the name based on a best-of-3 coin toss. Now, you might notice, this is how children decide who gets to play with the Legos next, but apparently this is also how Americans decide what their cities are called. Now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who won the coin toss in the end. America was like this close to having 2 Bostons. Well, I mean, America does have 16 Bostons, but the other ones have like a max 1,000 people and look like this. The penny used for the coin toss, now called the Portland penny, is now on display at the Oregon Historical Society Museum in Portland. With its new name, the two men began work on their new town, clearing debris and trees from the site, and Portland quickly grew into a small settlement. Pettygrove built a small log store and hired a couple to run it. He also commissioned a wharf to be built for the town. But just like Overton a few years before, Lovejoy decided to sell his share of the land later in 1845. He had been elected to the provisional legislature of the Oregon Country in 1844, and as the mayor of Oregon City in 1845, so he didn't really have time for the town anymore. He sold his share to the New York-based merchant and Pettygrove's business partner, Benjamin Stark, and from this point he focused on his political career, which was pretty successful, as he served as speaker for both the provisional legislature of the Oregon Country and the Oregon Territory House of Representatives. After an attack on the Whitman Mission, the place where Lovejoy worked after his arrival in Oregon, and the killing of 13 missionaries, including Lovejoy's old boss, Marcus Whitman, Lovejoy served in the army as an administrative general in the resulting Cayuse War. After the war, he stayed in California for 6 weeks during the California Gold Rush, after which he continued to serve as a legislator until 1857, when he helped draft the Oregon Constitution that later became the Constitution of the state of Oregon. After this, he retired from politics and spent the rest of his years investing in businesses in Portland and briefly serving on the Portland Public Schools Board from 1868 to 1871. Lovejoy died in 1882 at the age of 74 and was buried in Portland. Both him and his original partner, William Overton, have streets named after them just a few blocks from each other. How cute. In turn, the Portland native Matt Groening named the Simpsons character Reverend Lovejoy after the street. Bet you didn't see that coming. The man who Lovejoy sold his share to, Benjamin Stark, along with his new partner Francis Pettigrew, then proceeded to become full-on capitalists, first establishing a triangle trade between Portland, San Francisco, and Honolulu, using Stark's connections and Pettigrew's warehouses. For a short time, they even controlled much of the trade in and out of Oregon. They built wagon roads from Portland to Oregon City and the agricultural Tualatin Plains to the west, and to increase cattle profits, Pettigrew opened a slaughterhouse by the river and began selling hides to Daniel H. Lonsdale, who had just opened the first tannery in Portland. Pettigrew and Stark drove many others in the area out of business by monopolizing trade between Portland and Hawaii. However, all good anti-competition fun comes to an end at some point, and after an apparent disagreement with Pettigrew in 1847, Stark temporarily returned to New England, leaving Pettigrew with full control of the town site. By 1848, Pettigrew was one of the wealthiest residents in the Oregon Territory. During the same year, gold was found in California, sparking the California Gold Rush. Stark, all the way in New England, got wind of this and decided to sail for California. He spent the following 2 years working as a merchant there, and in 1849 he got wind of another piece of news, this time from Portland, and it was that his business partner had left and he didn't own his share of the land anymore. See, this is why people have trust issues. What had happened was that when the gold rush began in 1848, it started attracting so many people out of Oregon that there was a labor shortage. So when Pettigrew realized that there was little hope for further short-term growth in Portland, he decided to start selling all his assets. And when I say his assets, I mean the entire site, including Stark's share, because he was on the other side of the continent, so what was he going to do about it? He sold the site to the tanner Lonsdale for $5,000 worth of leather, or a 9,900% profit from his original investment of $50. Although it's a little less impressive when you take into account that he pretty much stole half of it from his business partner. In 1851, Pettigrew, along with some new business partners, decided to found a new city called Port Townsend on the Puget Sound, just northwest of what would become Seattle. There he spent the rest of his days until his death in 1887. For all these years, he had kept the Portland penny in his possession, which was then later gifted to the Oregon Historical Society, possibly by one of his descendants. And in the 1960s, when the city built 2 new parks to commemorate the 2 founders of the city, Lovejoy and Pettigrew, the same coin was flipped to decide which park got which name. How cute. But now, with the 3rd owner of the city out of the picture, seriously, why does everyone have such bad commitment issues? Lonsdale split the land with 2 other investors, Stephen Coffin and William Chapman, the latter of whom also co-founded the newspaper, The Oregonian.
Look at these old white men. Look at them. Aren't they amazing? There's somebody screaming outside. Lived through this. Yeah. Courtney Love, famous Portlanders. What about Ursula K. Le Guin? What about Chuck Poliniak? I mean, like, that's who they pull up. She didn't even stay here. Well, the person stopped screaming. I'm enjoying this little history lesson. Sorry, guys. I'm going to keep playing it.
Stark, who rightfully felt a little cheated by this ordeal, demanded that Lonsdale came to California to negotiate on the land claim. And in 1850, Lonsdale arrived in San Francisco to have a meeting with Stark, reaching an agreement that Stark would receive the northern part of the land and some money for the land sales. Stark returned to Portland with Captain John Couch, who also filed a land claim just north of Portland in 1850. And finally, after the land being resold 5 times, 1 backstabbing, and 1 guy disappearing from the face of the earth, these 5 guys became the owners of the city that is now Portland. And by this time, Portland had already grown into the largest settlement in the Pacific Northwest with over 800 people, which doesn't sound like a lot, but at this time, the Pacific Northwest was mostly populated by trees and beavers. Like many frontier towns, most were men, while around 20% were female. The town had a steam sawmill, trading houses, hotels, and its own newspaper, as mentioned before. However, it was still very much a frontier town, with humans and animals walking around its mud roads, and the site was filled with tree stumps, with outsiders often nicknaming it Stump Town. But regardless, on February 8, 1851, the town was officially incorporated. During the first couple decades after its incorporation, Portland experienced steady growth thanks to its lumber industry and easy access to the Tualatin Valley. Additionally, Portland was already a major port city in the Northwest, so much so that in 1851, it was the departure point for a certain ship that was carrying a group of pioneers to settle at Alki Point on Puget Sound. Portland Public Schools was founded after the incorporation in 1851, and the town's first firefighting service was also established with the Volunteer Pioneer Fire Engine Company, which was reinforced in 1854 when the City Council voted to establish the Portland Fire Department. In 1860, the city's population had grown to nearly 2,900, and by 1870, it was over 8,000. The city benefited from the large number of settlers moving into the new state of Oregon, which itself had grown in population 7-fold since 1850. In 1870, around 9% of the state's population lived in Portland. Rapid growth during the 1860s brought a lot of construction to the city as well. For example, the Pioneer Courthouse, the oldest federal building in the Pacific Northwest, was finished in 1869. Nice. Portland continued this growth into the 1870s, with the city opening its first public park in 1871, just west of the downtown, and the street railway horse car service in 1872. The development then came to a sudden stop in 1873, as just like in Seattle and Vancouver at this time, a major fire swept through downtown, destroying 22 blocks and causing $1.3 million in damage. And that's in 1873 money. Today, that amount would be nearly 34 million. One of the only buildings that survived the fire was the Northrop and Blossom Fitch building, say that 5 times fast, which is still up today. But if the city's luck wasn't poor enough, the rebuilding of the city was then delayed due to the 1873 financial crisis, making all the 1873 New Year's posts age like milk. The economy slowly recovered, and in 1878 was in full swing. Despite the fire and the later economic crisis, Portland managed to more than double its population in the 1870s. On the downside, though, by the late 1800s, Portland had lost its reputation as a sober frontier town and garnered a reputation as a hard-edged, gritty, and dirty city. The Oregonian, which was based in Portland, mind you, even called the city the most filthy city in the northern states due to the unsanitary sewers and gutters. Some have compared Portland to the early history of New England, a home for desperate people trying to find a new life at the end of the world, away from the well-established elites of the East. By the end of the 1800s, it was considered one of the most dangerous port cities in the world. The city was filled with saloons, brothels, and gambling dens, populated by masses of sailors passing through the port. Population-wise, Portland finally managed to make it to the top 100 cities in the 1890 United States Census, placing as the 61st largest city in the country. This was also the first time the city had more people than the city it was named after, Portland, Maine, and at this point was still the largest city in what used to be the Oregon country, slightly beating out Seattle. However, in 1893, Portland lost some of its maritime trade to the deepwater port in Seattle due to it getting connected to the rest of the continent by rail, despite Portland itself being connected to the eastern states by 3 different railroads. Despite this setback, the city kept growing steadily in the 1890s, mostly through merging with other towns in the area. In 1891, Portland merged with the nearby Albina and East Portland. This was followed by the annexation of the nearby Selwood 2 years later. Many of the city's most iconic buildings, such as the City Hall and the Union Station, were built during the 1890s as well. By the 1900 US Census, Portland had nearly doubled its population and was still the biggest city in the region. Portland was then selected to host the Lewis and Clark Centennial Exposition that was to take place in 1905. The exposition wasn't officially regarded as a World Expo, but as it featured exhibits from 21 countries and attracted over 1 million visitors from the US and worldwide, it is often informally regarded as one. For the city, the exposition was a massive boost, not only economically due to the influx of visitors, but also by increasing the worldwide reputation of the city. The festivities also excited many of the city's elites, with Portland Mayor Harry Lane being remembered for giving a rousing speech at the exposition about establishing a festival for roses in the city. The city had planted thousands of rose bushes around the fairgrounds in preparation for the exposition, and by the end of it, the city's residents had become quite fond of them. Mayor Lane believed he could attract a steady flow of visitors with an annual festival, boosting the city's economy and image. And next year, in 1906, the first Rose Festival and Flower Parade was held in the city. The event was such a success that a year later, the Portland Rose Festival Association was incorporated, and the first Portland Carnival was held the same summer. The carnival gradually became known as the Portland Rose Festival and has been a staple of the city's culture ever since, gaining it the nickname City of Roses. The city's newfound fame had a profound impact, as it contributed to the city's growth from just over 90,000 residents in 1900 to 207,000 in 1910, having over 30% of the state's population. By this time, however, the city had lost its status as the largest in the Pacific Northwest, as Seattle overtook it by about 30,000 people, with Seattle remaining the largest in the region to this day. Now, going into the 1910s, much of downtown Portland was flooded by the Willamette River in 1911, although luckily it didn't seem to do too much damage. The city kept growing despite the small setback, and many of the city's iconic bridges, like the Broadway, Steel, and Hawthorne bridges, were opened during this decade. The Portland Rosebuds also had their first stint in the city in the 1910s, being established in 1914, reaching and losing the Stanley Cup Finals in 1916, and then eventually being disbanded in 1918. In 1915, the city expanded with the merging with Linden and St. John's, which didn't significantly grow the city's population, but added a lot more land to the city. This was during the time before the U.S. officially joined World War I in Europe. Harry Lane, now a U.S. Senator from Oregon, was one of only 6 senators to vote against the declaration of war. Regardless, the declaration passed and the United States entered the war on April 6, 1917. In Portland, both the city's elites and poor workers hoped to gain something from the war, with the elites eyeing new investment opportunities and the workers hoping for new employment opportunities and a boost to the local labor movement through an influx of workers. Much like in Seattle, the war boosted the city's shipbuilding industry, growing the workforce from around 4,000 at the beginning of the 1910s to over 30,000 in 1917. According to the Oregonian, over 7,600 Portlanders had volunteered to fight within 2 months of the declaration of war. The war would last 1.5 years, after which Portlanders would have to endure the 1918 influenza pandemic sweeping through the city. But
yeah, don't worry about missing the first hour. We really just talked about bums and stuff, and I've been doing my nails. So you haven't really missed much.
there was going to be light at the end of the tunnel. Before the war, Portland's economy had mainly focused on shipping goods through its port and less on manufacturing, making it sensitive to fluctuations in international trade. The manufacturing boom caused by the First World War had a decisive impact on the city's economy, as even though the shipbuilding industry declined after the war, the city's lumber exports increased fivefold in the period from 1919 to 1926, making Portland the largest manufacturer of lumber among all the cities in the world. During the boom, the Portland Rosebuds were also re-established in 1925, playing in the Western Hockey League. However, the league folded after the team's first year, and the team was disbanded again, with the players being sold to Chicago to form the Chicago Chicago Blackhawks. By 1930, the city's population had grown to over 300,000, with Portland being the 25th largest city in the country. Much like in Seattle and Vancouver, the Great Depression after the 1929 stock market crash saw an emboldened labor movement in the city. In 1934, 1.3 thousand members of the International Longshoremen's Association working at the port participated in the West Coast waterfront strike, which shut down shipping in every port along the West Coast, including in Seattle, as mentioned in the Seattle episode. The protests often turned violent, which shook the city for a better part of the year 1934. In October, an arbitration decision was finally achieved, making a compromise between the workers and the employees' demands. Portland continued to suffer from the Great Depression for the rest of the 1930s. The city government tried to revive the economy through public works like the construction of the Portland International Airport. In 1940, things changed, however, when the demand for military material exploded due to Great Britain's increased preparation for war and the expansion of the U.S. Navy. A year later, in 1941, American businessman Henry J. Kaiser received federal contracts to build cargo and escort ships for the U.S. government and chose Portland as the site to build 2 shipyards for the task. He hired over 100,000 workers for these shipyards, which played a major role in the growth of the Portland metropolitan area, which gained over 200,000 new residents between 1940 and 1950 to reach 760,000 residents, making Portland the 22nd largest metro in the United States, the highest it ever got on the list. Just like in Seattle, the steep rise in jobs attracted a large number of African Americans from the South during the Second Great Migration, quadrupling the African American population of the city. However, the city experienced increasing tensions between the newcomers and the white settlers, as well as between the newcomers and the old African American population. Besides the African American population, Portland had also built a sizable Japantown in the area, what is now Old Town. However, in 1942, during a wave of paranoia throughout the west coast of the United States and Canada, following the Japanese Empire's attack on Pearl Harbor, Portlanders of Japanese descent were transported to the Portland Assembly Center, in the location that is now the Portland Expo Center, to be sent further inland to internment camps. Most of the Japanese residents complied with the authorities in an attempt to prove their loyalty. However, the few who returned out of the thousands that left found that the once bustling Japantown was no more. Today, the Japanese American Historical Plaza by the Willamette River commemorates the location where the Japantown once stood. During the war, an underground network of organized crime had established itself in Portland. This continued well past the ending of the war, and in the 1950s, the city once again became infamous worldwide for its criminal activity. But despite this, the city kept a steady rate of growth during the post-war years. The city opened more of its iconic bridges, like the Fremont, Morrison, and Mark I bridges during this time, cementing itself as the Bridge City, another popular nickname for Portland. The emerging hippie culture in San Francisco during the 1960s inspired a similar movement in Portland. The Crystal Ballroom became a hub for the psychedelic subculture in the city, while elsewhere in the city, food cooperatives and listener-funded radio stations were established. A large social activist movement started taking root in the city at this time, which started championing environmental causes and Native American and gay rights in the city. By 1970, the rapidly growing Portland had established itself as a progressive city, with its metro area reaching 1 million residents for the first time. The Portland Trailblazers were established this year, with it only taking them 7 years to reach their first, and so far only, NBA championship. Portland Timbers also had a brief 7-year stint in the MLS's predecessor league, from its establishment in 1975 to its dissolvement in 1982. The 1990s saw an emerging technology industry in the city, with companies such as Intel moving to the Portland metro area in what people sometimes call the Silicon Forest. And although not really a technology company, Nike also moved its world headquarters to Beaverton in the Portland metro area, opening its first retail store called Nike Town in Portland in 1990. All of these massive companies moving to the Portland area, of course, had a profound impact on the city's economy. By the late 1990s, Portland was the 4th most expensive place in the US to buy a home. Regardless, the city saw explosive growth in the early 2000s, growing by over 300,000 to reach over 2.2 million residents in the metro area by 2010. Portland Timbers were also re-established in 2009 to join the MLS, with the Portland Thorns following in 2012. Both have become quite successful teams, which has gained the city yet another nickname, the Soccer City. In the early 2000s, Portland became known for its unique culture and attractiveness to young people. Keep Portland Weird quickly became the unofficial motto of the city, and weird might be an understatement. Among others, the city is home to the Unipiper, who does whatever this is. I just wanted you to know that this is a real thing that happens in the world. Economically speaking, Portland was second only to Louisville, Kentucky in attracting and retaining the highest number of college-educated people in the U.S. between 2001 and 2012. As the city's numerous nicknames go, the city council made City of Roses, or Rose City, the official nickname of the city in 2003. Bridgetown and Stumptown also remain popular, and especially PDX, from the airport code for Portland International Airport, has become a part of everyday speech. Today, Portland is known for its art scene, with its independent galleries and alternative art spaces. It is considered one of the most liberal and progressive cities in the country, with a large counterculture scene. The city's weird and quirky culture is well known throughout the US, with some people even using Portland as a general term for anything weird or quirky. The city is also considered one of, if not the most bike-friendly cities in America, with over 400 miles of biking trails, and one of the most environmentally friendly cities as well. Oh, and Stalin's granddaughter runs a bookshop in the city. That is so Portland. On the negative side, the city has for a while suffered from a homelessness epidemic, with the city having the 12th largest homeless population in the country as of 2024, at around 6 to 7,000 homeless, or 9.9 per 1,000 residents. Additionally, a fentanyl crisis has rocked the city in recent years, with the city's leaders declaring a 90-day state of emergency in downtown Portland in January 2024. Although similar to Seattle and Vancouver in many aspects, with its founding as a faraway frontier town and its reliance on the lumber and shipping industries for much of its history, the story of Portland has been one of the more interesting ones of this series so far, in my opinion, with its mysterious founder disappearing from history books, its other founders turning into anti-competition, monocle-wearing, monopoly-man super-capitalists, despite the city later turning into one of the most left-leaning cities in the whole country, and with the whole city being named based on a coin flip. The weirdness and the quirkiness of the city isn't just a funny 21st century phenomenon, it's in its DNA. But now that we know the history of the city, I want to share my experience visiting and exploring it. Our first stop was Seattle because, well, I trust you understand how things being between other things works. There, I had about an hour in the international district before my next bus would leave.
I do like the little area of Seattle, the international district. Yeah, it is sad. I know. I'm wondering which bookstore she owns. Like, is it Mother Foucault's? Because there's a bookstore called Mother Foucault that's like really progressive. I found a copy of John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World in Spanish that had been printed in Cuba there. And I regret not buying it, honestly. I was like, well, I can't read this because I still haven't read 10 Days That Shook the World. I really want to because John Reed was from Portland and he's the only American that ever got buried in the Kremlin. So interesting. Yeah, we stole it from them. It's totally stolen. Yeah, I love soccer too. It's the only sport I can kind of watch when it's on TV and like understand. Well, I guess I understand other sports too. Yeah, it would be good, but I'm sure, I don't know. There was another book that Jamie was talking about. It was a Thomas Sowell book. But right now we're doing St. Augustine. So anyway, I'm not really interested in this guy's visit to Portland. I think I'm ready to open up the panel if you guys are, because I'm like contented out. But it's been fun looking at things. So I'll open up if anybody wants to join me. You can. Open topics. Be respectful. Please do not try to show me your wang privately because I don't like that. But yeah, let's talk. We can talk about whatever while I do my nails. I can't believe how difficult I find it to remove nail polish. Like, it takes forever. And I'm using acetone too. So it's like, you would think it would cut right through it. I don't know why. Maybe I need to get a peel off base. I'm not sure yet what color I'm going to do. I'm thinking either this like really kind of iridescent purpley color right here, doing this one, or this kind of muted brown. It's kind of like a little bit darker than nude color. Or what else have I got here? Maybe I could do, maybe I could do multicolors. I haven't done that in a while, like do a few different colors. Because I have this nice lavender color here. And then I have the white. Although these look like they need a little bit of thinner. So maybe I'll just like work on those first, put some thinner in them and kind of thin them out. Where's my red nail polish? Maybe I could do the bright red. I'm not really feeling bright red though, because it's fall. That would probably match my toes. Jamie, what do you think? Will you grab something from over there for me? So it's here at the desk. So there's a round little bottle with that, and then there's like thinner. It's in like a white bottle with a pointed cap. Yeah, and then there's red nail polish there too. Yo, I know which one you're talking about. What's her name? Thank you. I also have this red I could do. What do y'all think? Should I do a poll? Let me do a poll. I'll make you guys vote. That'll be fun. She has the like pointed nails. I really enjoy. There we go. Okay. Doing a poll. Yeah, she's like, and then she has the cute cats. I love her restoring those like vintage bottles from the 30s. That is so exciting to watch. Okay, what color should Terry paint her nails? Hi, Jean. What are you looking for? Razors? Like the little, these ones? This one? Yeah, I got one. Thank you, Jean. Okay, let's see. So we've got iridescent. Is that how it's spelled? Why can't I type? Hi, me so horny. I mean, Hani, my bad. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? All right, guys. I'm posting it. You let me know what you think. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do you like that, Miso, honey. I wasn't trying to make you out to be something crazy. Okay. Oh, people are liking the sparkly purple idea so far. Clay said, Clay, I haven't been on Discord in like over 6 months. What are you talking about? I haven't opened up Discord. I don't even think you're on my Discord. Stop trying to cause drama between me and Missing Mod. It's so lame.
He's drunk.
He's not drunk. If he were drunk, he'd be more fun. Dang it. Missing Mod is Clay thinks it's funny to be like, yo, Terry, yeah, like everything you told me about Missing Mod is totally true. And I didn't tell him anything. I never said anything negative about her once. But he thinks it's funny to like, I don't know. And she took it seriously once because he did this like fake video, like he was gonna have me on his show to talk about her, to expose her or something, which I never agreed to do.
Oh, really quick, babe.
Yeah, what's up?
I just want to say, if Clay's wife can hear this, I know Clay says he doesn't want you to buy a bunch of baby clothes that the baby never gets to wear because she grows out of them too fast. But he doesn't really think that. He told me privately that he wants you to buy more clothes for the baby, even if the baby never gets to wear them, because it's better to be safe than sorry. And they're so cute. He hopes you buy as much as possible with his money that he earns.
Yeah. That's cool of you, Clay. I mean, you can never have too many cute baby clothes. Plus, you can always resell them, you know, later on. Or donate them. She doesn't understand English. She understands perfectly well. She understands perfectly well. Clay told me that too. He said he wants to buy his wife all the clothes that she wants to. He said he wants her to ask for more. Yeah, babies do have accidents. Then we messing up the clothes. Oh, hey. My white polish here is losing the bottom sticker. That's not good. What if I like resell it to a nail polish lady? So this one is called Striking, this white one. I put some thinner in it in the hopes of making it a little bit nicer because it's pretty thick. It's like a gel-like formula, you know, where they're trying to mimic gel, so they make it extra thick. Oh, Heart of Flesh is joining. Hello.
Hello.
Good to hear from you.
I'm sorry.
It's good to hear from you. How have you been?
I've been good. Good to see you, both you and Jamie. Even though I just heard Jamie, I didn't see him yet, but
Yeah.
it's always good.
He's here. He's doing things, manly things, I think. Are you doing manly things? Oh, there he is.
Hi. What's up, Jamie? Just dropping in to say hi to you guys.
I wanted to say, when we were in Daniel's room the other day, like, I got what you were talking about. I, like, tried to, like, kind of, I mean, Jamie and I were totally following you.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if the sign you're referencing means that something's happening or if it directly correlates, but I definitely...
Thank you.
There are signs in the stars. You know, the astrology is not like completely devoid of any meaning. It's not paganism to know that God has written things in the stars.
And yeah, they wouldn't go on the first level, and Jamie hit them with level 2, which is the gospel being written on the stars. And that's like, I think that was too deep for that channel.
Well, I kind of also like, hi Clay, I also was like irritated because they said there's no, like, paganism has not influenced the church at all. And you can just tell by, like, the Orthodox and Catholic Church definitely is influenced by paganism. It's even impacts the Protestant church. Like, so this idea that the church moved into all these, you know, Gentile countries and didn't adopt any of their like feasts or practices or
they're
like,
doing, and I'm in an Orthodox country, and there's literally not a single paganistic ritual that the Orthodox Church doesn't do. We even jump over fires, which is a paganistic ritual that they were doing, like everything. And then they say, oh no, this is paganism. But since you brought this up, I do want to mention Luke 21:25 says that in the end times there will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars. All right, maybe they don't want to read that verse, but hello Clay, what's up, brother?
Hi Clay.
Yeah, my chick's at work, so she doesn't hear Jamie talking about.
Well, if you can play
money.
that for her later, maybe that'd be nice.
No, you won't.
She already found out because women in the beginning, they're like, I want to get everything. And then the kid grows so fast. It's like every month you got to buy new stuff, you know?
Yeah, they get big so quickly.
She's like quadrupled in size in like 6 months.
Dystopian deep dives, their response to this question, because we hit them with that question, their response was, oh, well, those were wizards and pagans. That's why it's not for us. The stars are not for us. It was just for those wizards. So there's no winning. Sometimes, you know. Sorry, Clay. Continue, brother.
Oh, I wasn't saying nothing.
You were actually saying something that could get you in trouble. Did you just say that your wife gained weight?
No, the babies. The baby's like quadruple in size in 6 months.
Okay.
No, my wife quadrupled in size in 6 months. She'd be my ex-wife.
That'd be quite a feat, though. Like quadrupled in just 6 months. Oof.
It's probably like impossible.
They know they are the true church, so why would they actually listen? Oh, Jamie.
The Orthodox people.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I had Pike laughing so hard because I'm like, Orthodox people are just like hipsters who want to be Christian, but they want to do it differently. So they're like, we got this exclusive like hip group.
Mm-hmm.
And then every single Orthodox person I know, you know, has a lot of hipster characteristics besides that. Like they all like PBR. I'm serious. And then like they hate on Jack Daniels. Like Dan Newman used to hate on Jack Daniels all the time, and he never even tried it. He's like, it's garbage because everybody drinks it. And I'm like, Dan, everyone drinks it because it's probably, you know, it's good.
I do think that's part of what like possesses people that are from a Protestant background to kind of go into that.
I think so because
And
it's
also
like, especially around here in America, it's like real obscure and not common, you know.
yeah, it's not our tradition, and they have some sort of rejection of like Western tradition as a big part of it. It seems they're like rejecting Western tradition. You. Sorry, I'm yelling at the cat.
Oh, by the way, I left my window open a little bit, like, I don't know, a couple of inches, and I found the cat sitting on the seat, on the passenger seat. And when she saw me, she squeezed herself out of those 2 inches. It was so funny. Anyway,
Is she your cat now? Are you gonna
yeah,
go?
I'm feeding her. Yeah, I'm feeding her.
Yay!
I did want to put. Okay, yes. One of I don't want to say hosts because so many people like take this so seriously, but one of our friends in the Proverbs guys, Keisha, she said something the other day, and I want to transfer it to your ears. She said that it's funny to her that she sees so many Orthodox and Catholics in the US because that's what the Americans were running from, and they created the US. They were actually running from that, and Protestantism was created. And then, you know, it's coming back, it's creeping back. We won't let you go.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the foundational Americans were Protestant, but there was a large influx of Catholic Americans. And my family, like at least on my mother's side, were Catholics. So, I mean, they've been a part of America for a while. And then you have all the Irish too. They were here for a long time. So,
I think that's how Catholicism got so big in America, is like the Irish and the Italians.
yeah. But that's still different. Irish and Italians are very different than like, you know, some of these other Catholics we get, like the Filipinos and the Mexican ones.
All Latin America is Catholic.
Yeah.
I do think they create different, I mean,
They
I
look
think
different, but they're all the same.
the Protestant, how do I put this? The Protestant world creates a different society, you know? There's a different ethos, and I think it sprouted up in Western Europe for a number of reasons, mainly the individualism, which is part of, you know, what America was founded on. So it is kind of concerning that people are rejecting some of that.
I like Lutheran Protestantism a lot. I've been reading some of Martin Luther's books. No, I was reading some of Martin Luther's books, and he had like some really good ideas back then.
What about the Jews, Clay?
Things.
Oh, really? That's too
He
bad.
was like an innovator.
I do not support that.
In Latin America, there's a lot of people right now that they go out and find Mary statues and they tear them down. So there is, I believe, an awakening in true Christianity. One of the major differences between Catholicism and Orthodoxy is that Catholicism is admitting to be worshiping Mary. Orthodoxy is like, no, we're only venerating her. You know, they're not there yet, but they're doing the same. So I'm with the Protestants, at least on that one, right?
Yeah, I mean, that isn't even my like big issue with them. But when I went to an Orthodox church, it seems pretty. Their veneration of the Theotokos is pretty strong. Like at the front of the church in big letters, they had it written all over the thing, and they had this big thing of Mary holding the baby Jesus, and it was like it seemed pretty central to everything.
Yep, it is, but they won't admit it because they know the implications. So they're pretending it's not there, but it's straight up Mary worship. And I am in an Orthodox country, one of like the biggest Orthodox countries. No, it's a small country, but it's big on Orthodoxy. So I understood Christianity on my own at my 30s when my heart started getting changed by God. And I looked back to see what Orthodoxy had to do with that, and it had nothing to do with it. Like they never taught me a single thing. I learned things from, thankfully we have the internet now, and I learned from the best pastors of the US what the gospel actually is. The other day we mentioned inside that Orthodox channel, we mentioned the gospel, and somebody said, a Catholic guy, Zealot, then said, which one of the gospels? Which one of the four? I'm like, that's the issue, you know? The gospel is the gospel. It has 4 different viewpoints, but it is the gospel. So anyway.
Well, it's basically the message of, salvation through Christ.
And not through works.
We have to make it, we have to make it like plain, simple. It is simple.
And you know what?
You just said master works. What about what it says in James, where it clearly says like you need to have works with faith?
No, what it says there is that faith without works is dead.
Yeah, and so it makes up like, and then it goes on to talk about works without faith is dead. So it's like it makes up like you need both.
Right.
Do you all think that faith is a work?
No, but I also think like you could have faith in Jesus and be like a terrible person still. You know what I'm saying?
I see this, Clay, from my experience, which is right after getting saved and receiving something I didn't deserve. I turned around and my heart wanted to get this across to others, to get others on the same place where I was. So before I know it, 8 years went by, and I've had like 200 videos that are showing truths about the gospel. So these were the works of a tree that started producing fruit. It's not those works that brought my salvation. They came after the salvation. It is like once a good fruit is creates a tree, it will produce fruit. So that's the difference. And if you don't
But do you
produce
think having faith alone necessarily also means you have salvation? Because
I,
what if someone has faith, like they believe in Jesus and that he sacrificed himself, but then they, you know, kill people or something, but they feel justified because they kill like a bunch of Muslims.
no, the true Christian
You know?
will not want to kill.
Why are you talking about me like that, Clay?
Well, I was thinking about like the Crusaders, because like they obviously believed in Jesus.
Okay, but who
And
were
then they
the
went out and they're
Crusaders?
like, let's just kill everyone who's not.
Who were the
Christian.
Crusaders? Weren't they the Catholic Church?
It was like everyone at that time that was Christian in that area. So it wasn't just Catholics. It was also like, because it was the Orthodox who like wrote to the Pope to help them. You know?
But mostly it was the Catholic Church.
So at that time, it would have been like everybody who was Christian in the world, because there was no other like denominations, I don't think.
Yeah.
So,
but if you look into it, you'll see that the Crusades hurt Orthodoxy too. The Catholics pillaged Orthodox churches. They killed Orthodox people on their way. And then you have a modern history from the 1900s where the Catholic Church worked together with Muslims to kill Orthodox Serbs, Croatians, and it was you turn Catholic, you turn Muslim, or you die. That was the whole thing. So that's
just
not
like an extreme example. I have like so many examples where everyone, like for example, Tim is always shitting on works, but it's like there's some works there's actual sacramental works everybody does and agrees is good, and it's like marriage, for example. Like, what if works are pointless and stupid, sacramental works? Why would you bother getting married? Why not just like find a girl you like and have sex and reproduce? You know.
Okay, before we get there,
All Christians, I think would agree that like marriage is important. You know.
So you don't have no bastard children.
Well, not even that. I don't. You know, it's just an important thing. But then I watch these YouTube guys like Tim, and he's like, "That's a work. You don't do works." Blah blah, and it's like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? You sound crazy.
Jamie's got some verse. You want me to read it? What is this?
Like maybe you don't have to do them all, but
while you read that, let me just add that what Zeni says is correct. All right, there was a Muslim invasion every 20 years before the Crusades took place, right? But still, it was the Catholic Church. Go ahead.
It's actually, you're lucky the Crusades took place though, because you're in Greece. So if they didn't, you would probably be like forced to be Muslim right now.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the Crusades. The Catholic Church. The Catholic
Well, it would have
Church,
spread. Islam would have definitely spread.
Hey guys, one verse, but let's just bring this verse into the conversation. Terry has a word of God for the people of God.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll respond maybe.
All right, this is Jamie. He wanted me to read the parable of the wheat and the tares from Matthew. So Matthew 13:24. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the grain had sprouted and produced a crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have tares? He said to them, An enemy has done this. The servant said to him, Do you want us then to go and gather them up? But he said, No, lest while you gather up the tares, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and at the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, First gather together the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn.
Amen. That should answer the question, Clay. We're not meant to take the tares out. God will do the sorting at the harvest.
Yeah.
And concerning Greece, the Catholic Church assisted the Muslims in the 14th century to take over Greece and take over Constantinople, turning it to Istanbul. And we were occupied by Muslims for 400 years until the 18th century. So F, the Catholic Church.
But I thought the Crusades was like to take back.
They were earlier.
From Constantinople.
No, they
so
were
why
earlier.
would the Catholic Church be responsible for them invading them a second time if they fought them the first time?
Because for 60 days and 60 nights, the Byzantine capital, that was Constantinople, was asking for reinforcements. And they were waiting for the 60th night, when they learned that Constantinople is falling, to send the reinforcements.
Weren't you just talking on Lupin's? Like, was that you about how you have like a Muslim invasion going on right now?
Yeah, immigrant.
Yeah.
Because the European Union has this law that says whatever with the Geneva Convention that says that we're not allowed to send innocent people back to regimes. We will add an amendment there that says we are allowed to send them, though, back to the country they came in from. And because Greece has no borders, because we have the sea, it is easier for them to get to Greece and then make it to France. So when they catch them in France, they just ship them to Greece. So we're getting bombarded by Muslims from the west and from the east.
You need you need to have like a Polish president.
I wish. Yeah. Guys, I need a minute.
Forever. Like,
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry. It seems like the EU has done everything it can to like basically bully Greece, push it around, and like the extremism has just gotten insane. And now you have to deal with the migrants as well. Oh, it's just stressful.
Yeah, the reason the EU is doing that is something similar to what is happening in the US. We are homogenic, white, and Christian.
Right.
White. So they needed to blur those lines because we are the fanatic country when it comes to we won't take the mark, we don't want digital ID cards. So, you know, they influence the vote by blurring the populace and, you know, creating gray areas. And then Greeks, we have a big problem because we don't like turning people away. We want to make them Christian. So we will not close the door. There are some now that are waking up saying we have to close the doors. I see why, but this is not, you know, hospitality is part of this country. And if we can turn them Muslim Christian, that would be good, even one.
It is, yeah, it's difficult though because, well, I mean,
it is.
There's only so many resources to go around, like, and especially there's so many differences between the cultures. Like, how do you even start to integrate people like that? Oh, look, Gangster Ghost is here.
I agree. Hey, what up, Gigi?
Hi, Gigi.
Oh,
how you doing?
I'm all right. Monday I'm going to do a show about the news.
About what?
About the news.
The good news?
Yeah, I'll tell people about the good go G and Ghost Net News.
What news do you want to cover? Or do we have to wait to see?
News Network.
Would you like to join to talk about news you care about, Achilles?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will. Depending on what the panel will be.
Uh-oh. There's a handsome guy trying to get in here.
Who's trying to get in here? Hi, Terry. How are you? Oh, Jamie! Hi, James.
Hi.
How are
What's
you
up,
today,
Jimmy?
little guy? Save base work.
I can't talk.
Oh no! Where'd he go? He was raptured. Oh, this raptured I heard is supposed to be this September.
Oh, who said that?
I know I heard about it. I think it was from Miss Terry.
No, I don't predict the rapture. I'm not one of those.
How are you today, Terry?
I'm all right. I'm having a good day.
Oh, that's good.
The world is beautiful and abundant for me, and I have more than I need.
Oh, that's good.
And I have good company. Jamie's here hanging out with me, so I'm doing good. And then y'all are hanging out with me too.
Oh, that's good. Monday we're going to do the show about the news. Last time it was about science. This time it's about the news.
Ow.
Now she can't touch anything until they dry.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hi Achilles. What you been doing there, little guy? Watching TV?
No, that's the last thing I've been doing.
Hey, Clay.
Clay!
Hi guys, I need a minute off. I'm gonna feed that cat. I'll be right back.
God bless you. Oh, Clay is a little buddy now. Yeah, what do you think that?
Is it Asian?
Maybe it's kind of like having. She's all having.
Hi Terry, how you been today? How's Jamie been? Has he been all right?
I've been good. I think Jamie's okay. He hasn't complained about anything, so I think that's good.
Would he ever like to debate?
It's a real dude.
The debate Brother Pike over the Sabbath?
Me or Jamie?
Oh, Jamie.
Jamie, would you ever want to?
I would have a discussion with him.
He said he would have a discussion, but probably not a debate.
Oh, that'd be good.
I would want him to show that he's familiar with what I believe.
It's not going on. You're supposed to just
Clay, you're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting. Right. Well, Clay, he's a crazy little guy. You know, I met him in person.
Yeah, I heard you met Clay in person. Is he as tall as he says?
I got his autograph.
All right, so 41% of the chat thinks I should paint my nails red.
Oh. Yeah.
So I guess why not?
Yeah, he gave me a foxhole.
Is it still roboting?
It's better.
I was gonna say, what is Jamie doing joining? Because it's the Sabbath, so you guys are supposed to like unplug all your electronics and just play board games.
Board games?
Like they do in Israel.
Like in Israel? Oh no! Yeah, Terry, yeah, we're going to talk about the news, what happened in the news and stuff, and about.
Sometimes I shared some news earlier.
Oh, like what?
I was talking about how this business owner, he paid for some parking spaces right next to his business, but then some homeless people were setting up tents there, and the city's slow to respond, and they raised prices on him and all this stuff, and just mess like that. And also how they're raising the prices of parking in the downtown area. It's extravagant. They're expecting people to pay $3.60 an hour to park. Why would anybody want to pay to park in downtown Portland to begin with?
If you guys get away from the West Coast, it's like that'll never happen.
What?
If you get away from the West Coast, stuff like that happens.
What doesn't happen?
Is it like the homeless? Like if homeless people did that, you'd be allowed to just like tear down all their stuff and burn it and kick them out if it's like your private property, you know.
Well, it's not technically private property; it's city property.
Oh, shit, even
But
the
it's
city's
just
here.
interesting because the city should handle it immediately because
When I'm like downtown Kansas City, where there's a lot of homeless working, I'll see where they get up tents under a bridge, and within a day there'll be like utility city workers there like tearing it all down because they're like, we don't want that here.
dang, we got 2 ladies said they were voting purple in the chat, but for some reason it went red. And Golden Rule TV voted purple.
What about Clayton Biskey? What did you vote?
Did you hear that? Me gangster goes
Clay, you're breaking
so
up.
crazy.
Yeah, Clay, we can't really hear you. It sucks.
Sorry, Clayton Biskey. Oh, hi, Achilles. Yeah, we could talk. I'm going to talk about the news.
The news?
The GGNN, Gangster Ghost News Network.
You should show people what the drug addicts look like.
Okay, Jamie wants me to share a video. So hold on, guys. We're going to share some news. It's too bad we can't hear Clay.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so this is a local YouTuber, Belly Ray. Portland Measure 110, the decriminalization of drugs destroying my community.
Do you know who Nell is? Nell? I don't know who that is. A girl? All right. Do you know who Nell is? Hey, do you know who Nell is?
Yeah, this is how they look.
Fentanyl.
It's so distressing.
Yeah, it's an epidemic in the U.S. It's much worse in California. It's all over the place, but LA, San Francisco is pretty bad.
It'll be like that for an hour.
Achilles, you should run for mayor.
Which city should I start?
You can talk to that guy and he's not responsive.
Can I give you some bottled water, bro? Can I give you some bottled water?
Looks like we just off the 82nd Avenue. I'm not sure, but I
Be safe, okay? You okay? Okay. Fuck. I just touched his hand giving him water and he's smoking fentanyl. He's got fentanyl in aluminum foil and I just touched his fucking hand. I think his name is Cody. Hold on, let me rinse my hand off. Hold on.
Can that shit get injured from the pores of your skin? And no?
That dude is 1 or 2 notches away from his respiratory system shutting down and dying.
Which one? The bicycle guy or the other one?
No, the guy.
Most of the I've come across several people like that. I mean, I see 1 or 2 every day at least, but right outside the building here, and like, like the security guard can't touch people, the security guards, and he was trying to get that person awake, and they wouldn't respond, and they looked like they weren't breathing, and so I walked up. I had to shake the person, gently, and talk right in their ear and say, "Hey, look, you got to get up, or they're going to call the cops or the ambulance. You got to show us you're okay." And it took 5 or 10 seconds for me to even get them to even be able to respond. And so they're like right at the verge, like any higher dose, and they're like, they'll probably OD and die, suffocate in their sleep. I mean, just it's. I can go out right now and find someone like that within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Achilles,
Yes, brother.
you're a good young man. We're all proud of you, love that. Oh, can I something up? Is it true they all will kneel before the great Achilles?
No,
Oh,
everybody will kneel in front of Jesus one day.
oh, okay.
Every knee shall bow.
Oh, can I ask
Achilles is dead.
you? He is?
Yeah, he died like, I don't know, 2,500 years ago.
Oh, you're his ghost?
I'm the ghost of Achilles.
Oh, Achilles. The other day we talked about evolution and science and stuff.
Did you put the other nail in the coffin?
Yeah. Okay. I ask people what they think and stuff, and
Oh, by the way, on your news stream, you should mention the recent shooting that took place,
yeah.
because you know the story of what was going on with that kid is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I found out he was transgender.
Yeah, his mom got him into making an operation that changes his sex, and then at 15, and then at his 20s, he changed his mind, but there was no way going back. So
That's horrible.
I don't know if he had PMS. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know how far along he was in his transition, but
at 15.
To be honest, that whole news story seems very much like a psyop to me. Like every time before there's been a trans killer like this, it gets buried. The news story gets buried really quick, and nothing comes out.
I heard somewhere why this is the case now, why it came out so quickly, because of a different government.
Maybe.
Yeah, because the previous one were trying to hide them, but this one just doesn't.
But the government doesn't really control the media. That's the thing. Or do
Sort of
they?
does.
Ooh.
You know, sort of does, never does.
I know, but his father was a CIA. That's the other thing. His father was CIA. So that's interesting as well. And like,
correlation does not equal causation.
I don't know, it's suspicious to me. This story is suspicious. I'm waiting to kind of like comment on it because I don't know. That's amazing to me. Like, I don't know. Like, there were a lot of people like in the trans community in forums celebrating that this person killed some kids. Like, oh yeah, well, we got to strike fear into their hearts so that they basically comply with us. And there is this whole really violent.
I remember that happening with the previous one.
Mhm.
I didn't see it on this one for this one yet, but I remember it on the previous one. It's like, yeah.
You're gonna do a show on it? Right on. Right on.
Dude, the guy shot children.
Mimetic murder. Ooh. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Let's see what she's about to say. She's gonna do a thing. She's doing a write up on the shooter. He was possibly in the 09A 76. Her dad was in defense. Mother worked at the school. So he graduated from there in 8th grade.
Oh, that
crazy.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you know what? KFDM comes up a lot with these killers.
You and your acronyms, I can't.
KMFDM is a band. Like, I really like. Yeah, that's interesting as well.
It wouldn't surprise me if all the mass shootings are psyops, because they need to disarm you guys, you know. So people, instead of focusing on the psyche of that child, because I see it as a child. They are focusing on the fact of how easy it could get a weapon.
Right.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they're already pushing for like gun control. Don't fall for it, guys.
Yeah, and what's next? Knife control? No more knives in our kitchens?
We need train control.
Yeah, we
That's
do
what
need
we-
that. That's sure, and also more surveillance too. I've seen people pushing now. They're gonna roll out a new like monitoring system to try to catch killers before they even start. Like, which is just yeah, it's getting into scary territory. Which is why I think it's even if I'm sure this really happened, but like I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. I don't trust the news always.
I was at the airport, babe.
What?
They take your picture
that's why.
and then say you can opt out because they use a video thing to like, what do you call that? It's like where they can recognize you with their video cameras. The sort of
Like
hardcore
facial
stuff.
recognition
Yeah, that
software.
So like you can opt out of it at the airport because they use it when they take your ID, but you have to ask for them not to do it. But yeah, they use that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's put a camera on every classroom. That will stop it.
Oh heck.
Easy FOS.
Oh heck. I can't wait to see your show on it, guys.
Is this a show or a post?
Dystopian Deep Dives. She has a channel. It's she does some interesting kind of deep dives into I don't know, just underground things or.
I'm gonna check it out. I love the name. Is it here on YouTube or Facebook?
It's here on YouTube.
Okay, I'll go subscribe. I love the name. Dystopian Deep
Yeah,
Dives.
share your link, Dystopian Deep Dives. Idiot control. How do you control idiots?
Control the left? I don't.
I doubt you like me. Your show's interesting.
Well,
no, she's got a lot of different topics she's covered over the years, so it's nice to just.
Yeah, but who is she really?
Who is she really?
That's what I'd like to know. Who is this dystopian?
I watch Carlin, so I can stomach anything. Yeah, Carlin's pretty cool.
I mean, is she
I
even
know,
a real
for
person?
real. Get your headphones. Oh yeah, Golden Rule TV. You were talking about how Carlin, she gets like, I'm amazed how much hate she gets from Christians. Even though she's like doing all this work to, expose the left and where they're getting their funding and like their think tanks and all of this stuff in the U.S. and like, but these Christians, they come at her so viciously because she's not a Christian. So they're like really nasty to her. Like I follow her on X, and it's just like she said she's gonna stop being on there so much because it's so bad. But I was like reading some of the stuff she gets, and I'm like, I can't believe these people are Christians. Like they're so nasty. She yelled at you. What'd you say?
Here's the thing with a majority of Christians, because the true Christians should not care about that. But a majority of Christians, they are Christians until you attack their idols. Like whatever you do, don't mess with this fire under this altar of this specific idol, right? So, yeah, I'm not surprised. We did a stream on the PGs, a comeback stream yesterday. And tonight we have a stream, by the way, GG, if you want to check it out. And we said that on this season of the Proverbs guys, we're not going to be so much about atheists, but more about Christians. Because whew, there's a lot to be said there. So I'm sorry, dystopian. I'm sorry for those that claim that name. A true Christian should know that the Bible says that everything in this world belongs to Satan. He is the prince of this world, and we should not love anything from the world. But maybe they take that metaphorically. I don't know what's going on. I remember a meme. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm just gonna say it. It says, "The Bible is the Word of God, except those verses that I don't like. Those are just metaphors." So,
But Achilles, when I was on the plane, I'm almost run into the ice ball.
Wow, Lupin's at the poolside.
the slooping, the slooping. What's that S doing there, Lupin?
It's using the old I see now and no account.
I'll just call you slooping.
Really see now and know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Keith.
Happy what is it? Is it Memorial Day weekend or
yeah.
Labor Day, guys.
Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
Happy fake Labor Day. We all know that real Labor Day is May 1st.
May 1st?
The
Yes,
true one.
the
Yes.
true Labor Day.
Why is that?
Because it's worldwide.
I can hear you. I'm outside. I'm hanging out by the pool right now.
So the labor movement is celebrated worldwide on May 1st, and it does have associations with communism, but so does the labor movement generally. And in the U.S., we changed it to, or we did a Labor Day as far away from May 1st as possible to differentiate our workers from the workers of the world. Do you hear somebody screaming outside?
What's up?
You guys, everybody mute your mic for a second. Like, I hear somebody screaming outside. That doesn't mean somebody's not screaming. Okay, it sounds like they've stopped, but I swear I was just hearing somebody a moment ago, like, caterwauling.
They were.
Caterwauling. Okay, guys, sorry. You can talk how you like. You can open your mics. I just wanted to hear.
She's tripping.
Nah, they're tripping. I'm chilling.
Chilling, tripping, same thing.
If I was tripping, I'd be one of them.
They're in the walls.
They're out there tripping.
Yeah. What you drawing?
I'm doing my nails.
Oh, nice.
Achilles. Yeah, when I was on the plane, I almost went into the ice wall. But we turned around and missed it.
You couldn't just fly higher?
Yeah.
They didn't think of that.
Go over it?
Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't get shot down by NASA or whatever's protecting the ice wall.
Oh, Lupin, how are you today, little guy?
What?
How are you?
I'm chilling, man.
Oh, Monday I'm going to have a show about the news called GNN, Ghost Net News.
Oh, okay.
We'd like to come on and talk about the news.
The who?
The news.
Nudes?
News.
Oh, the news.
The news.
Okay. There might be some nudes in the news.
Yeah. Achilles, come on too. Achilles. I saw your show you had with Maud and Dan on there.
That was fun. We played a lot of cat videos.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, Dan seemed very angry that night. What was he angry about? Was it because of Lupin?
I wasn't angry.
Oh, okay. That's
We
He's
were
probably just
just
mentally exhausted for explaining something for the 1000th time.
yeah, I think it was more like that. Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm hearing somebody screaming again. It's a lady voice.
I think it comes from Lupin's microphone. Somebody is like swimming and screaming at the same time.
No, I can hear it out my window.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Look at crazy Lupin. He's at his pool. He's
At the
going to do a
pool.
back foot
Having
in
a
the
good
pool.
time. He's a crazy little guy just hanging at the pool getting a tan.
Yeah.
There's no real sun out right now. It looks like it's actually about to rain. Nobody take pictures of these feet, all right? These are protected feet.
Don't do a backflip from this angle.
It's
Don't do a backflip.
Yeah, not from this angle.
I could do a backflip off of that. Let me see. Yeah, that thing right there.
No, don't do a backflip, please.
Why not?
Because
No, I just mean, you know,
my tender heart.
where he is there, it's not deep. So please
Oh
don't.
yeah, but I land on my feet.
Hopefully.
Oh,
famous last words. I'll land on my feet. You know.
Achilles. Okay, so what would you do if you saw the ice wall and Lupin was there living there? That's where he really lives.
I would realize the conspiracy of Lupin.
Yeah. We all know he lives.
He knew all along. He was playing with me.
Yeah.
What would you do, Gangster Ghost?
I would ask Lupin for his autograph.
Okay.
Oh, Lupin and Achilles.
I better not find it on eBay.
They're worth like millions of dollars.
I mean, don't underball it, okay? I'm famous.
Oh, Lupin and Achilles. Do you know I met Clay in person?
Yeah, I know.
I asked for his autograph. I got this fox hide.
Yeah, he told me he gave you like a fox skin.
Yeah.
Shout out to my homie Clay.
Yeah.
Did you
Achilles
guys do anything fun?
No, I just met him a bit, and he went back home. He's a crazy little guy.
Did he go in his truck?
Yeah.
Like is big rig or
No, a regular truck type thing.
Did you shake hands when you met?
Yeah, it was crazy. I met the great Clay. Achilles, what if one day I went to Greece? What do
You
you
want
think
to
of
go get
that?
an extra weenie?
What if one day I go to Greece? Where it's very greasy.
I'll be right here with
I'll
you.
see if I get you guys a backflip.
And I met Achilles and got his autograph.
I don't sign autographs, but I would definitely buy you a souvlaki and some pujo.
I do want some right here.
And you know, in the UK, you have to pay for license for live TV.
Yeah.
It just blow your mind.
You got to pay for everything in the UK. Unless you're a migrant, then you get free 4-star hotel accommodation.
Put my mic on mute.
Let's go, Lupin! Oh, what a backflip.
I'm doing multi-colors anyway, guys.
Was that because of the poll?
Yeah, I did a poll, and
Yeah.
people voted for red, but I was like, I want to do what I want to do. I'm going to do something weird. So that's what I'm doing.
I thought because the votes were not all about, red, you wanted to satisfy everyone. So you got,
Well, I didn't satisfy the red people, so you can't satisfy everyone. I just want to remind people that their vote doesn't matter here at the Terry Strange Show. Unless it's that like button. Hit that like.
Oh, I forgot. Let me go do that.
Guys, hitting that like button. It feeds the algorithm. It keeps the stream going.
Oh,
Did you
that's
guys see it? Yep. You
What would
landed
you
on
What are you rating?
your. You kind of landed on your head, but still, it was a good one.
I landed on my head. What are you talking about?
You know, watch the replay. Watch the replay.
Dude, that was totally. I landed with my feet.
Kind of. Your head touched water first, but.
I didn't even know you were doing a trick. I wasn't watching. I
Do
would
one
have.
more. Do one more.
No, I got to do another one because I can't accept that.
I'm so sorry, Lupin. Give me a sec. I'm painting my nails, so let me get this just.
Not for you. They're saying that I landed on my head. What?
It's personal.
You know, you're
Well,
just getting.
that's the best part. That's the
teased.
safest part for me to land on.
Belly flop.
No, it was okay. More
Okay, he's
than
going back on. I told him to wait a second. Dang it.
okay. Look.
Hold up.
Oh, you can full screen it too. Oh, we lost it. We lost it.
Oh man, Lupin. There he is. Did y'all see that? I didn't see it, and nobody else did. Dang it.
Maybe I did land a little bit on my head.
Oh,
Lupin,
but
I
we
was
didn't.
ready for you.
But we didn't get to see this one. So
Yeah,
try again.
What?
We missed it because I was messing with the study. I didn't realize that you had gone out into the water yet. I didn't catch it in time, and I made you too small.
Don't worry. Lupin doesn't get hurt when he falls on his head. I'm joking. I'm just joking, Lupin. Know what they say? Don't be a sad Lupin. Be a happy. See? But what do you say, Achilles? Achilles, is it very hot where you live?
Yeah,
Wow.
we're kind of like California weather, or maybe Florida weather without the hurricanes.
And
I am the belly flop king. That is correct.
I did
It
a
was
belly flop once. It hurt so bad.
It was so funny how it happened. Looking the minute you jump, Terry was trying to make you full screen, and there was a comment on the screen, and the camera got hit behind that comment. It was so funny.
I'm sorry,
So,
Lupin.
oh, it's okay. There'll probably be a couple more.
Go ahead, give us one.
No, I already did too many.
Lupin, I
I
got
do
you
one.
on full screen.
Oh, you got me on full screen?
Yeah, you're the big man.
I'm a big man. All right, I'll take it.
Make it worth it.
Let me see.
Achilles, I saw that video about Ron Wyatt.
There he goes, guys. Lupin.
Eyes on the screen, everyone. We got you. No, wait. Why are you coming back? What happened?
What happened? I heard my name.
Oh no! You
They
said go, Lupin.
Go. You can do it.
Go. All right.
Yeah, we're cheering you.
I'll do it from this side.
Terry,
Oh my
eyes on
God.
screen.
Sorry. Oh, here he goes. Woo! That was pretty good.
Well, that's good. Not as good as Achilles, but no one can be that good, right,
That
Achilles?
was good. That was way better than I have done.
That one was definitely I landed feet first.
Awesome.
It's alright. It's good. It's good.
It's from a small jump. If I jump off that, I could, but
Yeah.
Ooh, who's Ron Wyatt?
Ron Wyatt is the man that discovered what we consider today to be Noah's Ark,
Oh, okay.
plus other discoveries. And as always, all atheists are jumping on him like, oh no, he was a fraud, he faked this, he faked that, this is not Noah's Ark, you know.
He definitely found the Exodus site.
Yep. And the pillars.
He's a Seventh-day Adventist.
Is he an Adventist?
You should come ask Stephen.
Did he die?
He died in 1999.
So when he gets resurrected, he'll be an Adventist again? Oh, that's pretty interesting. You buy it about?
So there's two locations that they have for Noah's Ark. There's Mount Drupanar and what's the other one, Achilles?
Mount Ararat.
Oh yeah, Mount Ararat. So they're looking at those two.
Wow.
Well, the one that is very likely to be it is the one on Mount Ararat. We have now X-ray scanned it, and we see that it's hollow inside, and there are corridors. But it is on a very controversial place between Armenia and Turkey and Azerbaijan, and it's pretty hard to for a lot of people to go there and do excavations. So we have what we have.
Oh, yeah, I seen your guys' video about him. It was a good video. Come on me of Lupin.
Yeah, Terry, on Proverbs Guy's channel, there's a lot of shorts about him, and not just shorts. You can go to videos. Even for the past 5 months, he's been uploading videos about himself. It would come check it out.
Achilles. Yeah, it was crazy in the UK. I went to the London dungeon, and it was cold. It was like low in the 50s, high in the 70s, or 60s.
Yeah, it's always cold there.
Lupin, I'm going to mute your mic for a minute because it's ugly.
Yeah, it was crazy there. Have you ever been there?
Yeah, not in the dungeons, but I've been in the UK 4 or 5 times.
Did you try to get your stuff they took from them?
Yeah, I tried to sneak them back in, but they consider that theft, But taking them in the first place is not theft.
Mute yourself if you want to talk, Lupin. It was making a bunch of crazy noises, so...
Okay, it still sounds like it's making noise, but I'll go ahead and just dip out.
Okay. Nice talk.
Yeah,
Thanks for entertaining us.
You're welcome. Least I could do.
It's rad.
And I gotta go too, because we're gonna start a show in 40 minutes, and we're meeting backstage before.
Yeah, you gotta have your talk.
It is dystopian
And
design.
unfortunately, I lost my plug in Greece.
Oh no.
It is 12:20 a.m.
It's all because of Trump. My idol. The idol.
Oh,
Yeah. Keep burning incense to him.
I'm not Orthodox, dude.
He's kissing his picture.
You should see my shirts, where it says Jesus Christ is my savior and Trump is my president.
Yeah, I get that excuse, but it's still an excuse. So I'll see you guys.
Bye.
But,
Bye. I'll see you guys.
I'll let you know how the olive oil is going to be impacted over here.
Claude's coming in. Hold up.
Oh no.
Just a sec, Claude. Hello, Claude.
Hello.
Hi, Claude.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Claude.
Just to let you know, don't be sucked in by Ron Wyatt. I mean, I don't mind if people believe Noah's Ark or not, but the idea that he discovered it is total rubbish.
Yeah, what'd you do? What fact check?
Excuse me, I was speaking, Lupin.
What fact checking did you do?
Yes, plenty of fact checking.
Yeah,
not
all
fact
online.
checking.
You
I know
never
you
been
do
up
the
there,
fact
right?
checking. I do the fact checking, but that's fine. Thank you for interrupting. You're
not gonna
even
say anything
answers,
important anyway.
Even answers in Genesis hasn't been sucked in by Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, Jamie, help.
There are no actual built formations there at all. And what the funniest thing is when they go over it with their sort of a metal detector thing, it just goes all the time. Every time he presses a button, there's no metal there whatsoever. It's just a natural formation. So it's a pity when Christian people who could otherwise be sensible get sucked in by that sort of thing. But they'd probably believe anything.
God says that those that don't believe in God are fools. So anyway, I don't want to
We
get
were
that
talking
foolishness
about believing in. We were
rubbing
talking
off on
about
me.
believing
So
that
I'll let you
Ron
guys go
Wyatt
with this.
had
I'll
discovered
let you
Noah's
guys
Ark.
go
Actually, that
with
was
this
the
little
topic.
clown.
We were talking about whether people believed that Ron Wyatt had discovered Noah's Ark, and
They
of
look
course
cute.
he hasn't. Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, Matthew's here. Hi, Matthew. Oh, hi, Matthew.
Oh, right.
Matthew.
Am I talking to myself?
Wait.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about, so
listen
I'm
and
sorry.
learn.
Terry, don't worry, it's nothing important. What's up, Jamie? Jamie, when are you gonna get over here so we can play some pickleball?
Oh man, hopefully soon, man.
He says hopefully soon, man.
All
That'd
right,
be fun.
well,
You
I'll
guys
probably be
playing
doing.
pickleball, knitting in the corner. Can I have?
Terry can be the referee.
You can always come up for the wedding.
Oh yeah. Do you want to come to our wedding, Lipin? That'd be fun.
I might be doing some traveling. When is it? You're gonna have to send me the information. I'll probably shoot you my email stuff, so you could send me the detailed information in private.
Okay. It's November 1st, so.
Okay.
That'd be dope. Then you and Gregatron can get pics together.
Yeah, because Greg's coming, and so also
Greg's gonna be there.
Yeah, so the night before the wedding, we're gonna have like a gathering,
A little party.
a party, and then I'm probably gonna this week I'll set up. There's gonna be I'm gonna set up a thing where there's like a group rate for people who are flying in or coming in to stay at this hotel as a group, so you get like a deal on the hotel. So just something to know.
Well, I'll let you guys know. I'm working on a job. I'm and I'm gonna be traveling. So.
That's right. New Zealand.
Yeah.
No. We're not gonna have a honeymoon in New Zealand. That's a bit too far.
What about Old Zealand?
Definitely not Old Zealand.
New Zealand. Yeah, well, again, if anybody's out there that wants to come to our wedding, just contact us on Facebook. Anybody who wants to come that's willing to travel is invited.
Or you could drop your email in the private chat and I'll message you.
Oh, Claude.
Yeah.
Do you see this new video I seen about Ron Wyatt? He said there was a conspiracy against him.
Yes, that's just a load of rubbish. Yeah. The best one is to look where his own people, who he initially supported him, now realize that he's a fake and a fraud. His own son has said that he faked the pictures of the wheels in the Red Sea. The guy is about as believable as Ass Lickerlees on the flat Earth.
All right, gotta go.
The evidence for that fake picture in the Red Sea.
Ask what?
That wasn't even Hogan.
Ask Lickerlees. It's his nickname.
For Achilles, but Achilles is so nice.
He's lovely, man. Well, except I've got clips of him threatening people with violence, which I put up. You want to check him out.
Were they Muslims? Because I don't have a problem with that.
I keep hearing those pictures were faked in the Red Sea, but those pictures were taken in the 70s with an underwater camera. I want to know how you do that.
You could easily fake them, yeah.
Well, Kent Hogan didn't take
What's
them.
up, man?
He's a fraud.
You're a fraud.
Me?
Yeah, you. You're not even a real person.
Well, I'm not a bot.
I mean, Kent Hovind would be duped if they're frauds. First off, he would just be.
He's easily duped.
Well, I mean, whether you believe, if you don't believe in the Bible, you're going to, of course, say anything anybody finds as biblical evidence is fraudulent. But I mean, the guy who supposedly took those photos clearly found the place that the story based on the Exodus is based off of in the Bible. Even if the story is a fraud, that is then
Well, that's what I object to is
that
it's the
area.
fraud. I don't object to the Bible. I don't object to people who want to believe in that, but I do object to the modern day frauds that cash in on it, and Ron Wyatt is one of them.
Many of his findings have been verified by.
No, they haven't. Which one? Which ones?
I was just telling you, the Exodus.
The Israeli Department of Antiquities said that he was a complete fraud. That's
But you
from
shouldn't
Israel.
trust the Israelis.
I just look at the evidence. I just look at the evidence that's being shown in Saudi Arabia, and it's quite obvious that if the story in the Book of Exodus is true, it's based on that region.
Well, look, just between you and me, I took photos of fairies in the bottom of my garden the other day.
I've seen fairies.
Why are you changing the subject?
Well, I'm just showing you how it's about.
I didn't say it was true because he took photos of the Red Sea, but you can't say everything he found is fraudulent. There's evidence.
I saw some fairies, what was that, 2 weeks ago?
You took a picture of Aiden?
I didn't take pictures of them though, because they would have been too fast, but I've seen them.
I'm just joking, Claude.
I've seen fairies a number of times.
Oh. What if it turns out? Oh no. Yeah, what, Claude? Yeah.
My point about the Exodus thing is this: okay, I don't see any good evidence to show that the pictures of the wheels are fraudulent. I mean, people have gone over there, and if you mean like the golden wheel, no one's been able to reproduce it, but they haven't shown any evidence that he faked it. Now, it is a hard thing to sort of swallow, I suppose, but when you look at what's there, the coral reefs, okay, maybe those are, pareidolia sort of thing or whatever, something like that. Okay, perhaps. But then when you look at that region from there into Saudi Arabia, the wells that the Bible describe are still there. There's a mountain that's described just like it is in the Bible. There's something that appears to be evidence of what's described as the rock at Horeb. There's a cave on there, just like is described as Elijah's cave on the mountain. There's petroglyphs dating back with Egyptian iconography. There's evidence of places where Israelite animals were sacrificed. There's evidence of water erosion, just as the Bible describes water coming down the mountain to water the Israelites. There's grave markers. There's petroglyphs on the stones that describe what the Bible does, telling the people to stay away from around the base of the mountain. There's grave sites that are described in the Bible, grave markers of thousands of people, which would back up the description of many of the Israelites that perished after worshiping the golden calf. There's evidence of them drawing pictures from that time frame with Egyptian. It's like, how much evidence do you need? Okay, maybe it's a fake story, but if the story is fake, it's certainly based off that region because it's what's described perfectly in the Exodus story. So, okay, fine, but that's not fraud. He came across that following what the Bible said, and he found the things the Bible described, and plenty of people have now gone after that, and the Saudi Arabian government has preserved those sites as archaeological finds. So,
really? Can you give me a link to that? Because I don't believe that's true.
Well, he shows evidence in his videos from the 1980s.
Yeah,
of
the Saudi Arabian
government. There's government signs on his videos. There's government signs in the videos of them preserving that site and putting.
Have a look here. Saudi Arabian government preserves. Which site was it?
The Golden Calf site.
Golden Calf.
I just want to say hi to Dystopian Deep Dives.
Dude, you don't have to look it up. You can see in his videos that they put up. Saudi Arabia government put up the signs.
Can you?
I don't care if they officially agree with it. Of course, they're not going to agree.
Right. So it's different. You've changed it. Yeah.
No, I said they put up a sign saying it's archaeologically. Yeah. Anyways,
here we've got the truth about it. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. The real question is, what flavor of Celsius is that?
It's cherry cola.
Anyway, I'm going to disappear, but could you please check that I put a link in the private chat to a very good YouTube thing which will tell you all about Mr. Wyatt. So have a good one and catch you another day. Cheers.
Bye, Claude.
Bye.
Bye, Claude.
Hi, Jamie. Jamie, how are you been today, little guy?
Good.
Yeah,
Do you see this video by the proverb guys? about Ron Wyatt. He said there's a conspiracy against him, I guess. Have you
Who?
seen it?
There's a conspiracy
By the
against
Proverb
who?
House.
So I'm only defensive of the things that can be verified. So many things he claimed are probably, some of them may not be right. I don't know, but I think several things are like there's quite a bit of evidence that people dismiss or ignore because they say he's just a fraud, and I think that's the other extreme. So I would just say I only usually like to talk about the things that he discovered, and I think I don't think he was out to scam people per se. I think he was genuinely looking for what he was trying to find. Maybe some of the things he thought he found aren't legit. But some of the things, the evidence is, quite compelling. You just have to look at it. They take tours there now. In fact, I think I just saw a thing this morning. I believe, what's his name? His channel is like Cross-Examined. He went there and saw a bunch of the things I just listed off to Claude Balls. And again, as I said, even if the Exodus story is false, it's clearly based off of some sort of actual story that happened historically. And the things described in the Bible as markers of the general region exist. There's the same amount of, when you cross where he claims the Red Sea crossed, the Bible describes the wells there, Meribah.
Yeah.
And there's exactly that many wells in an oasis right across in Saudi Arabia from where he claims he found the golden chariot wheel. So I mean, that's clearly the region the story is based off of.
Basic instructions before leaving Earth, right, Watchman? He's been uploading testimonies that have happened in his life or her life to YouTube. Ooh. Hey, will you see those little sticks there? Those little bag of sticks with the cotton at the end? Will you grab me one? Because this thing is having a heck of a time mixing. Thank you.
I think it's really awesome that even if you don't buy the legitimacy of the miraculous in Scripture, there clearly was a historical event that occurred that is associated with the Exodus, and there's actual evidence that those places exist, and people should know the truth about that. So it matters a lot. Because a lot of people say the Exodus didn't happen.
There's also a difference between like being incorrect about what you found, like not knowing yourself, and then deceiving people as well.
Well, people can't stand it because he wasn't a professional archaeologist, but he was really into it, right?
He was just a guy.
He was just a guy that really just took what the Bible said and then wanted to find stuff. And I think he certainly did.
Dang, this is really dumbed up really quickly. I haven't had this nail polish very long, and it's totally like.
One of the last thing I'll say about it is that I think is the most amazing is say that whole story is some sort of scam, even though like he documented on video and now people visit there now and people are convinced by it. Mm-hmm. Even though there's some people in scholarship who can't buy it because they have their own pet theories that don't fit this narrative. Because historically, people say Mount Sinai is supposed to be, there's like a sort of historic site in a different region in Egypt that's said to be Mount Sinai. It's the traditional site, which is more west. It's actually in Saudi Arabia that he's claiming. So a lot of people think they have their pet theories in academia, some of them. And so they want to just reject him as a fraud, and they don't actually look at the evidence. Now, there's really no evidence for that traditional site. Nothing that the Bible describes is really there. It was just a place that was claimed to be it by Constantine in like the 400s, and his mother just kind of said, I think this is the right place. That's another story, but the point is he went and got arrested in Saudi Arabia, and he never found one of the major markers of the story, which is the rock of Horeb, the rock that Moses split and water came out. Somebody later, going off his investigation in that region, went in there because they were intrigued by what he documented, and they found the rock of Horeb. So think of how crazy it is. He went in there didn't make up the rock of Horeb because he never found it. Another group following his lead went in there and they found, what do you know? The thing the Bible describes as this giant rock that got split in half, that Moses split, right? And water came out to water the Israelites. There's a giant 60-foot rock that Ron Wyatt never claimed to have found. Other people found it after him, going where he said the region was. They found that rock, and that's one of the most intriguing pieces of evidence. There's a 60-foot giant rock in the middle of the desert on a hill, which was like a landmarker if you read the text carefully. And it has water erosion erupting out of the center where the split is and flowing down the mountainside with obvious water erosion came up through that split rock. There's no archaeological reason why there should be water there or previously water there. But there's clearly water erosion, just as the Bible describes.
Oh, dang. Stefan, you didn't say that.
Yeah. A lot of people will just outright dismiss him because he was Adventist.
What's SDA?
Seventh-day Adventist.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know. Steve Bolin and Ken Hall was big fans of his.
Yeah, and they're obviously not Adventists, so.
Yeah, they always stand up for him and so.
Why would an Adventist not have any credibility?
Because we're a cult.
Oh, but everybody's in a cult.
I mean, is it a cult?
No.
Not
It can't
really.
be any more than like the Mormons or
It's definitely less.
It's less of a cult.
Scientology or.
No, it's way less of a cult than Scientology. I would say
the barometer for me. Like, are you at the Scientology level? If no,
they're not at Mormon level either, because they're not. They're still Trinitarians. They still believe Jesus is divine. They're not really.
We hold all the essential Christian
yeah,
beliefs.
pretty much like.
And so, but we have a few things that are different. But and it depends what your criteria for a cult is.
I have a lot of. It's like a moving spectrum.
Right.
I don't have. Yeah, I don't know.
I think
that's
Paul
a hard question. I think.
When Paul's teachings were considered a cult in the text too, like, you know, and of course people have different ideas what Paul actually taught. So, but you know, so like it depends on you. Traditionally, I would say a cult is where they try to have like mind control over the people in some sort of unhealthy way.
Yeah.
Or they like shun outside criticism or don't.
I guess you could look at Steve
Or, like,
Hassan's model.
Yeah.
He has a pretty good model of like how to identify a cult. But now I'm looking at this Golden Rule TV is talking about the Himalayan sea salt conspiracy.
What is it? Yeah,
Sorry.
I've never heard of this.
I hadn't either, so I think we should look at it.
So he's saying it's the remains of giants' literal flesh. What?
Oh, that's nuts.
No, it's not. Come on, guys.
That's
I
pareidolia.
seen Stephen said show stuff he had from the Ark. One he said he got the finger from Mrs. Noah, so she literally gave him the finger.
Oh my
Yeah, that's a hard claim he makes to swallow. The whole finding Noah's remains and all that. I mean, I don't talk about that. I don't know. That just seems out. It's a lot to swallow without any hard evidence.
Yeah.
The evidence on, although it is interesting how when he searched the area, I think the Noah's Ark one, I do think it's Noah's Ark there, but I don't push that on people, or they can look at it for themselves. I think that is pretty good at. I mean, when you look at Josephus's writings, he describes that region as people in the Byzantine period, or I mean, not Byzantine. Sorry, that's after. But there's evidence that the Byzantine Christians were traveling there, doing pilgrimages to that region of Armenia, and then there's and they put their Byzantine crosses on those what seem to be anchor stones. Other people say there's something else, but they have. Ron Wyatt developed a theory about those stones that are leading to the region where he claims the Ark came to rest. But it's so ambiguous because it's not like the Ark is still there. It's just like the remnants of what appears to be a boat-shaped object exactly the same size as the Bible describes it, 500 feet long.
Oh, you know, Stephen had an interview with both Ron Wyatt's wife and brother.
His wife and sons I've seen, yeah. His second wife's his son.
That's crazy.
He remarried a younger woman, and I think his sons were from a previous marriage. He was a nurse anesthetist, so he would save his money, and then starting in the 80s or the late 70s, he traveled over. Firstly, his first expedition, if you will, was to look at the Noah's Ark region in Drupanar, Turkey, which some people, based off of CIA overhead pictures from the 60s, he went to, and then Time Magazine had a special on it. It's pretty interesting.
And you know, flamingos are only pink because they eat so much shrimp, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
It should like technically be clear or something. Scientology, Matt says Scientology teachings are based on mafia pyramid schemes. If by that you mean Western occultism, then yeah, I guess you're right. Anyway, that's my 2 cents for now.
Well, I think one criticism of Adventists that's could maybe have a culty feeling, like some of the more extreme ones, like so they have like a diet. Ellen White was is considered a prophet and part of she's not the founder of the church, but one of the founding members, her and her husband. She had like visions and things like that, and she wrote to the church, and she said, so she gave a health message. And so like part of Adventist culture is like, it's fully enveloped with like how living a.
Was it around the late 1800s that it was?
Yeah, 1860s, yeah.
Yep. I would love to go back in time to the late 1800s and see what was going on. There was so much, let's say, spiritualism happening. A lot of people branching off from different, Christian or cult belief systems.
She railed against spiritualism. She thought it would be one of the final deceptions in Christianity because Adventists don't believe we're not dualists, so we think the idea that you can pray to dead people and stuff is forbidden.
Right. So they were like against the Swedenborgian style of
Christian science and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, James.
I mean, all of it I find fascinating, but
it is fascinating.
It's one of the most
Fox
interesting
sisters.
time periods in history, for sure.
I don't think enough people understand like the occult history of America and all of the different groups that were happening in the late 1800s and how they were splitting off or coalescing. Same thing with Mormons.
Yeah, it was the second Great Awakening in Christian
Interesting.
history.
James.
So they spawned out of the Great Disappointment, where William Miller, a Baptist, was interpreting the book of Daniel, and he interpreted particular passages as meaning Jesus would return in 1844, and then that didn't happen. And the Adventists were sort of part of that movement, the early Adventists. And then when that disappointment happened, they developed their understanding while holding to the timeline that Miller used, but understanding that obviously it was a false prediction. And
you have to be careful with people that predict things like that.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's crazy.
So they came out of that Great Disappointment and then developed what became the Adventist denomination 19 years later.
Well, I have a question. There's this guy I seen on YouTube. He goes after Jehovah's Witnesses. He's a 7-day Adventist. It's like Examined something. I forgot his name, but have you ever heard of him? He's a 7-day.
Everybody goes after JWs. I think
It's not hard to go after the Watchtower.
Yeah.
Whoa, Stefan, what the?
The mainstream Protestant. Okay.
What's a mainstream Protestant?
Yeah,
I guess Lutherans and
Methodists, Baptists,
Episcopals.
Oh, so you were raised Lutheran.
That's true. I was.
Were you baptized as a baby?
No, my mom waited until I was about 10 because she wanted me to understand what was happening.
Interesting.
I don't know. My mom was a weird lady.
She was a Baptist in disguise.
She was raised Catholic, And the only reason why she wasn't Catholic and why I wasn't brought up Catholic was because she wanted to divorce her first husband, who I guess was sterile. So that's how I came to be.
I have a question.
Yeah, Gangster Ghost, what's your question? I want to hear his question.
Are you allowed to celebrate birthdays in 7-Day Adventists?
Yes.
What
Jehovah's
about
Witnesses don't do that. I know.
That's just the Jehovah's, yeah.
Are you allowed to
So
celebrate?
Jehovah's Witnesses are quote unquote came out of the quote unquote Advent movement. So they formed similar time as we did, but we're in very much disagreement. So the things they're similar on is the state of the dead, and they don't believe in eternal conscious torment. But from there, that's about all we agree with them about.
Don't they believe only a certain number of people can go? Yeah, I always thought that was kind of
44,000.
not
This is
cool.
a bad interpretation. But yeah, they took Adventists and then went separate ways, although they do both come from the Advent movement. Advent just means Jesus is coming soon, basically. The Advent movement was about that idea that we're towards the end of time, which is largely accepted by most, evangelical proto-Protestant or, pseudo-Protestants / Anabaptists sort of.
Even the New Agers think that, so the Kali Yuga.
That's true.
How you been, Jamie? You look like you just woke up.
Well, I fell asleep with hair gel, and I never did my hair because I'm resting today.
You're a nice young man. How you been today, little guy? You having fun?
I don't want to take over Terry's stream. You should ask her questions.
How are you, Terry? Are you having fun?
Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm hanging out on the computer while I do my nails, which has taken hours.
How do you get them so filed so perfectly? I'm always jealous.
So it's I use glass files for shaping. So I've got a couple of them. I'll show you this one.
You
right
also
here.
do this.
Oh yeah, I do the collagen powder, and then I take MSM, but that has nothing to do with the shape. So with shaping them, I try to keep it rounded because I'll cut them a bit on the sides and then file them. So you want to cut them straight and then file it because the more that they're, the more length you have on the side, or the more, I guess this one needs to be cut on the side a bit, but I didn't do it this time. They can catch on things. The more straight and they are, the nail coming off, if you don't have it overlapping on the side, or if you have it rounded, it's less likely to catch on things. Because I used to get them cut square when I kept them shorter, but to grow them out, I had to start rounding them out like that. And so these are where I'm at right now. Put them up.
Hey, we're not a cult, but babe, when are we going to sacrifice this thing?
No, we're not sacrificing my baby. No.
You don't need to sacrifice anything anymore after Jesus. That was the whole point.
I have this perfect little sacrificial lamb.
Oh my goodness.
Just kidding.
So yeah, they're I keep a file. I just keep look at them like a couple times a week at least, where I go in and file them a bit. So it's just a regular practice, anytime I get a little bit of nervous about the shape. They're not perfect or where I would like them to be. They're a bit hard for me to get exact, but it's cool that they're natural and they're this long. I think that's a pretty big achievement to get.
Yeah, mine always break before that point.
So yeah,
it's collagen.
It's not.
I guess so.
It's not collagen.
Oh.
It's the MSM. If you want to show grab the MSM, that's what has caused.
What is MSM?
It's a supplement I take. I've got a bunch of it. I get it on auto ship. Here, Jamie's no. It's right there.
Like monosodium something?
Yeah, that's another one. Methyl sulfonyl.
Methyl sulfonyl methane.
This stuff. This stuff is great for hair, skin, and nails. I swear my hair and nail growth went off the chain once I started taking this stuff.
You got to get in on those like Alex Jones supplement sales, dude. You have
I
to
know, I
like
need to
start.
Need to get a sponsor. I don't know. Like, I would totally rep though. If anybody sells MSM supplement, I would totally rep that because it's everybody I know who's taken it has had like a lot of success. It's my skin looks better, and I've never really had a problem with my skin, but it started looking a lot plumper. And you know what else it did? And y'all ladies,
What did it do?
for the guys in the chat, cover your ears, boys.
Oh no, is it about?
It made my boobs like bigger.
Huh.
And I'm not the only woman who's had that reaction. Like, I've been taking it for like 2 months maybe. And then I went into like talk with some of my other girlies that take it, and they started talking about how it made their boobs get bigger. And I was like, you know what? They look bigger. I mean, I'm 39 years old, and as you know, things start to get more deflated with time. That's not my boobs. They got like fuller.
You also haven't had a child yet, so.
I'm sure that will help, but no, I mean, but they were
Oh my
before I
goodness.
started taking MSM, they were a lot droopier,
Deflated, right?
Less plump.
less plump. That's a good word. They were flatter.
Someone is asking if you've known anyone that's been deported.
Oh, Santino. No.
But I'm about to.
Do I know anybody who's been deported? Not to my knowledge. I mean, I've known people who've had to leave the country because their visa expired and they couldn't get it renewed, but nobody who's been taken in by ICE recently and deported.
Sorry, I have to go. Thank you for talking. Thank you for allowing me on your show. And
Yeah.
Bye, little
It's
guy.
nice. Maybe I'll catch you on Monday with this Ghost News Network.
Bye, little guy.
bye, little buddy. Hope you have a good day. And when you get married, you're going to have 1,000 kids.
1,000, Jesus.
Yeah.
Powerful
That's what I
mustaches.
said. That's what I said. Just hoping.
Oh my goodness.
You're gonna have powerful mustaches like me.
Yep. Just like Jamie. Bye, everybody.
Matthew says he knows people leaving the country, but I don't ask why. Yeah.
Golden Rule TV, did you know that in the year, 539 or something, for like a whole year or two, the world was actually in darkness because a volcano erupted? Or at least that's what they say. They think is the catalyst for that.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I'm kind of obsessed with it. I was talking about it the other day.
You should read. So that's one of the details in the book of Revelation about what has to happen for Jesus returns, and they use that in the historicist interpretation of Bible prophecy that bolstered their view of interpreting Jesus' soon return, the day of darkness. It's really interesting.
I just tell people that, like, if they think times are rough now, at least we haven't been shoved into a year or two of darkness
I know,
yet.
I worry about
But
that.
just to be like grateful, you know?
Yeah. I worry about it with these psychos talking about like dimming the sun as if it's like
Are you like Bill Gates?
yeah. Bill Gates something needs to happen to him. He's not a good man.
I think he's going to suffer eternal damnation.
Well, I got a story about Bill Gates. Want to hear real quick?
Yeah.
So I grew up in Auburn, Washington, and so we're nearby Microsoft. And my pastor's cousin lived in Redmond, which is next to Bellingham, which is where Microsoft headquarters is in that region, just southeast of Seattle. Anyway, so he was on I-90, the pastor's nephew / cousin, because my pastor and his dad were both pastors. Anyway, he told this story where his cousin was driving on I-90 during rush hour. This is in the early sometime in the 90s when Microsoft blew up. So he saw a woman on the side of the road who had a flat tire and she was struggling to change her tire. And so he stopped, being a good Adventist, and helped let her sit in the car and change her tire in traffic off the freeway in I-90. And turns out that was Bill Gates' wife. And sometime later that week, his entire mortgage was paid off.
Nice.
That's wild. That's why you should always do the right thing. You never know.
Yeah. If you can help someone in need, do it. Because they could be Melinda Gates.
Who knows? That's a nice story, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
536 was the worst year to be alive. I mentioned it like last week or something when I was reading that book about old Hollywood. Anyway, what's new in Portland? Did that lady get any kind of justice for being kept awake all night by Antifa?
no, the last I've heard, she's still there and it's still pretty bad. That guy I showed a bit ago, Belly Ray, that was looking with the homeless, or he went up to that guy that was crouched over and gave him some bottled water. He goes down to the ICE facility maybe once or twice a week at night to videotape it. And the last time he went, it was just like they've been crowding him a lot. He'll talk.
Do they just not have jobs? Like, I always wonder about that, how can these people be out there every day and night?
Yeah, I think their numbers swell on the weekends. So people that do have jobs, they usually come down on the weekend and harass. So Friday, Saturday night, it gets a lot crazier. But yeah, there's a number of them that are unemployed. So that's what they do. Or maybe they're being paid by George Soros. I don't know. Or something else. I think with Antifa, there are some members that have very decent paying jobs and they have no problem like funding the activism of others. So a lot of them will have disability from the government for being crazy, and they all spend all
They're
their
like living on like SSI, and maybe some of them also have like cushy like work from home, like tech jobs or something.
Yeah, or not work from home. So there's like some people that are very ideologically driven and well connected. So and intelligent, they're able to work and make a good amount of money, and they fund a lot of it. They'll pour a lot of money into helping facilitate other people do it as well. So like they'll donate money for like food and like medic supplies, because they always have a medic thing going on there with Band-Aids and bottles of water and whatnot. And then gas masks and helmets and vests and whatnot. I've heard some of them are paid too. Well, I mean, there's also the ones that are undercover, like feds. So, like, it's nothing that I want to go down and see or get caught up in, but I'll pull up her X account here and
I
see.
just feel so bad for that woman because it's so, I think it's really indicative of like their hypocrisy, where it's like, we first of all, they pretend to care. I don't think they care about anything. And then they're like, oh, we have to stop, ICE from doing whatever it's doing. Meanwhile, they're disrupting a disabled woman's piece, a Black disabled woman's piece. Like if anything, she's supposed to be the top of your oppression hierarchy food chain. Like it just their level of hypocrisy astounds me time and time again. It's like wild to me. Like, just no logical consistency whatsoever.
No.
Um,
They really, I mean, and she's not the only one. She's just the one that sued the city. There's a lot of people.
she's the most visible. Yeah.
There was another disabled woman that got assaulted by one of the rioters there. And she's a disabled woman that uses a walker. Oh, dang. I just closed the window. Hold up. And she's afraid to leave her apartment now. And there's also like some men that are in the building that have complained that are also disabled. Like it's a low income housing unit. And so basically those people have just been left to fend for themselves, and they don't have any ability to move or leave. It's it is
disgusting.
It is.
Matthew says today he saw his first huge group of Black Hebrew Israelites in real life. I wonder what city Matthew lives in. I used to run into them all the time in Philadelphia. They were always on Market Street screaming at everybody. They are they are a cult. That's a cult for sure.
Definitely. They're they are interesting. I got my zealot name from them. Let's see. You know what? The other interesting thing is the district attorney judge that sided against that woman. I'm trying.
What's his deal? Does he have like some kind of political backstory that?
Oh, it's a woman, and she's like a total. She's totally an ideologue.
Completely. Like a Marxist or something.
Yeah, she's I'm trying to find. I might have gone too far back. Let's see.
Like a Karen Bass kind of person.
Oh man, I'm gonna find her. We're gonna get it. I might have gone too far back.
Musk can't sell Starlink in South Africa.
Oh, that's interesting.
I wouldn't worry too much about Mr. Musk because
he'll be fine, even if he doesn't.
Yeah, he'll be okay. I don't think, I honestly, I always wonder what, his deal with Mars is. And I wonder if there's some, weird occult thing going on with, Mars and being, the planet of war. And I don't know. I really don't like Elon Musk.
This is my take on it, and this is just stuff that I've kind of come to my own conclusion about just through sitting and making connections. But yeah, Mars is also known as Aries, which is where Aryan comes from. So there is a belief that the Aryans are actually originally from Mars.
Huh.
And there's occult associations with Mars, and the Aryans want to get back to their home planet and repopulate it again. So I've talked to one guy now who's kind of a, I don't know, nerd. He told me about this sleep study where people were kept in basically out of sunlight, and they did this sleep study, and people were made to kind of develop their own sleep schedules in the study. I'd have to look it up myself, but they found that people started sleeping in congruence with the Martian day.
Weird
study. So there's yeah, I know. I don't know why anyone would.
I just think it's totally uninhabitable, and it seems like every other sort of, I mean, I think it's just a venture capitalist kind of thing where you're like, here's this idea, give me money for the idea that hasn't even happened yet. And like, that's how I see it. I don't know any more than that, but I
But
think that, yeah.
there seems to be a real obsession with certain people to try and get there, to go there as the next thing. And I think it's like a waste of resources. I don't want to leave Earth.
I mean, I think the entire space race is just like a cover for like war to like build war stuff. But,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know why that's the selling point. Like, why? There have to be other places you could go in the universe that are like better than Mars. If you know, you can even get past that belt of radiation that surrounds the Earth. I don't know, but what? Santino.
Oh man, I'm still trying to find this woman's X account. I don't know why it comes up as like numeroc, but the letters are weird, and so I tried typing that in and it didn't come up even though I follow her.
That's weird. They must have maybe some kind of shadow ban or something on her.
I wonder.
I wouldn't put it past her or them.
No.
The Van Allen belt. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just think it's up for. The whole thing with the moon and the NASA. I just don't understand how we like had it and then we lost the technology. We have no idea how to replicate it. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm pretty agnostic on most of these things. I like the sort of, I guess, like entertainment value of a lot of it. What's a zillennial? I think Terry's still looking for that thing.
A zennial?
Zillennial?
It's like
Exillennial?
I think it's like an older I don't know. What is a zennial? Is it like
I guess it's like, yeah, what is it, guys?
I think it's like an older millennial, like somebody who's born in the early 80s is technically a zennial, but I could be wrong.
The edge of Axum millennial. What birth year would you have? I mean, mine is obvious. It says 83 there, so I'm sure you guys can connect the dots. I'm not that creative. But maybe. I know that I don't identify with either millennials or Gen X.
I feel like I'm a total millennial. But I also like it's pointless. It's just a lot of it's
I think some of that is just to, when we label things like that, it's just to sort of create division between human beings.
right. And it's based on
We don't fit, says Matthew. I don't know. Your face.
I'm just like going through all my likes, trying to find something from her, and yeah, I can't find.
Maybe she's not on there now.
Yeah, she might have
because of the harassment. Like,
but I'm sure I'll find her somewhere and then be like, oh, there she is, because that's happened before when I was trying to find her. This isn't the first time I've like been looking for her account and been able to pull it up easily.
Weird.
I don't know her name. If I knew her name.
How are you finding Twitter? Like, what do you think of Twitter?
It's horrible. I mean, Yeah, it's full of a lot of fear mongering and like
My
just
least favorite thing is like they'll post some kind of clip or something or like a headline and it never gives you like a link to anything else. And you're
Mhm.
left with like this weird out of context thing that then you have to like verify if that thing is like a real thing or not.
oh heck, here we go.
I want to comment about the Van Allen belts.
You want to comment
Go
about
for it. I
Yeah.
have no
So my
strong opinion on it.
my understanding is that regarding the data on getting to the moon and stuff, they didn't keep good records of it or files of it. So they have to reproduce that data to do it correctly. And so that's really what that whole thing is about. And so they have to reestablish, understand, the data for that. And that's all that those kind of quotes are saying. And regarding the Van Allen belts, again, I have a layman understanding about it, obviously, but but essentially the Van Allen belts, there's no barrier there. It's just that it's in an unacceptable exposure to a certain amount of radiation
Yeah.
that by the standards of today, we would have to shield people because it's just way too much exposure, but there's nothing stopping you from going through it. It's
Right.
just
It's not like a, yeah.
yeah.
I
So like,
understand
that's
that.
all they're saying when they say like, you can't go through it. They mean like, it's an unacceptable amount of exposure.
Yeah, because the
Wouldn't necessarily
radiation
kill you,
might,
but
yeah.
it's bad for you, really bad. And so if they do another moon mission, which they probably will, I suspect, if they have the funding for it, they would have to shield because it's just unacceptable sort of exposure.
Well,
That's
Elon Musk would be the one that's doing it because NASA uses his rockets.
yeah. I think if you look at the evidence of those rockets, they're clearly legitimate. Seems like to me.
I don't know.
I feel like it, so like my whole idea with the moon landing again, like I don't have a very strong one way or another thing on it. I just think okay, so they lost. How did they lose it? Like, where did it go? Well, wouldn't that be the most important thing to keep track of, the data? I don't disbelieve that we went into low orbit, but then when I look at the moon landing itself, I think, wow, what a good way to show Russia that they suck and we don't. And so I guess that's my whole angle with it. Like, again, I don't have a belief one where I wasn't there. I didn't live through the 60s. I wasn't on those Apollo missions. I did recently watch Apollo 13 for the first time in like 20 years. Still a great movie. But you gotta, I don't know. For me, it's something I wonder about. And then I look at the light sources that are on the moon there in those photographs, and that's kind of shady to me. But hey,
I find it all incredibly suspect, but I don't care.
yeah, it's not like something I'm gonna like, I can't believe, blah,
Yeah.
I don't really, but I'm not really like that with almost anything at all. So,
So this looks like she deleted her account.
yeah.
I hope she's okay.
Yeah,
Depressing.
the Apollo 13 movie is bizarre when you think about it, because they had to do all this stuff with what is the module there. Anyway, this is not my main conspiracy anyway. It's just something I think about sometimes.
What's your main conspiracy, would you say?
The origins of transgenderism in the United States.
Oh, what is that?
A bunch of cross-dressers from the late 90s decided to get together and sign a document called the International Bill of Gender Rights. And those people were Martine Rothblatt and that Pritzker guy and Stryker and all these people. And it happened in Texas, which I think is also kind of interesting. But that's kind of my main thing. And I like to talk about movies and the occult and stuff. But
have you ever noticed that the Baphomet image is like a guy with tits?
Oh yeah, it's the divine androgyne. So in like maybe darker Well, like maybe like darker occult stuff, like they believe that combining the two sexes is like the ultimate sort of flip, if that makes sense.
Because like even in scripture, like the idea of God is like the man and woman come from Adam, and then they're also said to become one flesh in their marriage, which I don't think is like a literal thing. But then like the Baphomet thing is like blurring those distinctions. They're like the first verses in Genesis about like God's purpose for humanity. They are one, but they're separate. And then you have that sort of doctrine about God and sort of this image of like, and this theme of like God and man being reunited in their proper order. And you have man and woman as one flesh, but that's really just saying like one in the purpose of, creating more image bearers. And like, this is like it's kind of like, it's an opposite, but it's like using the same sort of concept in like a perverse way.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's really creepy.
And the Baphomet, I believe, is the depiction that you're talking about is Alephus Levi. I never know how to say that first name, but I believe that's where the current depiction of this thing comes from. And yeah, they're into alchemy, merging the opposites and creating a new thing. I think that's what it represents.
I mean, everybody likes a nice set of, but not.
Well, I guess I have to take that SMM or whatever it is.
MSM.
Yeah. Yeah, Apollo 13 was the Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah, the failed attempt after the supposed original.
I mean, it's still like, if you watch that movie today, it's still so good. Like, I don't necessarily believe everything that's happening, but I love it. Like, it's a great film.
I don't like Tom Hanks' politics, but he's a great actor.
Yeah, I think so too. I and Terry knows this, but like, I just don't think we should know what actors think at all. Just let them be actors. Like, I don't care what their opinions are. Like,
there's two people: those who like Tom Hanks as an actor, and those who pretend not to like his acting because they hate his politics. There's two types of people.
Does Tom Hanks have politics?
I don't know.
Well, Tom Hanks is tied. So there's like a whole conspiracy about Tom Hanks, and I don't know if you were paying attention to that Isaac Cappy internet situation about, I guess 10 years ago now, maybe 8, something like that. There was a guy who is kind of like the king of like the conspiracy theorists of the QAnon realm, let's say. And a lot of them believe that Tom Hanks is implicated in some kind of like satanic stuff. I don't have any proof of that, so I don't really talk about it that much.
Yeah.
But that's what some people think. And then he had, I guess, a really weird Instagram account where he would photograph like missing like shoes, like tiny children's shoes that he would find on the side of the road. And people thought that was really weird, which I think it kind of is weird, but I don't know what it indicates.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was always taking my shoes off.
Right? Like, I always see little kid shoes. Right?
I hated wearing shoes. The first chance I could, like, get them off of me, I did. And many times I took them off of me when I wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, well, definitely. I feel like it's something you don't want on your feet if you're a child,
Yeah.
It's not comfortable. Especially the terrible shoes they would buy me in the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh my God, those horrible Mary Janes that like were so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and they dig into your skin, and your feet are so tender at that age. And I do think it's better to be barefoot as a kid as much as you can.
That's what the Amish do.
Yeah, I loved when I was a kid in my yard, I would be like barefoot all the time. Like, I remember one summer, I pretty much tried to wear shoes as little as possible. I probably was like 6 or 7, maybe 7 or 8 actually, because it was after we moved into Muldoon area. So we had a nice yard and like driveway there, and I have plenty of space outside to play.
Matthew says jellies. Oh my God. Talk about blisters. Instant blisters.
The only time I ever did splits, I was wearing jelly shoes. I was in my bedroom and I was like vacuuming the floor, and like out of nowhere, I slipped and one leg slipped this way and the other one slipped the other way, and I was doing perfect split, and I kept like trying to call my dad to see this because I tried to do the splits forever before this and never achieved it, but I just managed to slip enough that I fell that way. Anyway.
I mean, I still can't do a cartwheel, so.
Yeah, I definitely can't do a cartwheel.
It's like terrified me to even try.
I was able to do them up until about the age of 5, and then my body just got too weirdly shaped to do them anymore. But anyway.
LA Lights, I remember those.
Oh yeah, I never had any LA Lights.
I never had any either. Those were for the kids up the hill.
Yeah, those
for
were
me. We couldn't afford those.
Yeah. Tomboy Hanks wants the top bunk bed. Whoa. I always thought he was gay or something.
I always thought so too, but he's had children, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean
I
anything.
know plenty of gay guys around here that had kids.
He wasn't gay at least once.
Wait, what?
He said that means he wasn't gay at least once. Or
I don't know, it could be that whole like art, like a insemination or something.
Or he could be an FTM and his wife could be an MTF.
Then maybe he gave birth
And
this time.
yeah, maybe he was just because that's what happened with Demi Moore and Bruce Willis.
Oh my God.
Oh no, you're watching those transvestigation videos again? Terry, that's like so old anyway. That's like, dude, you're like 8 years behind on that. Like,
What? So what
I mean, hey, if you want to do that to entertain yourself, that's your thing.
I mean, I watched them years ago too, but I never got into them too much. But I found this one channel that does a lot of them.
Yeah, what is it called?
You know what?
Unsubscribed, didn't you?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if I
You're
unsubscribed.
unsubscribed from that channel right now.
No.
What is it called? Because it's probably the same one.
Next Wex Backup or
No.
something like that.
I don't know.
Let me pull it up. I'll show it. to you.
Oh,
Stevie,
yeah.
Steve,
I
please,
forbid you.
please.
Okay,
Thanks.
They're everywhere.
It's so
They're everywhere.
yeah. That's where I heard that song. It's so fun. This channel, I mean, I find it entertaining, and I do think that's. What do you think about Bridget McCrone? That one.
I don't know. See, so my problem with a lot of like, I guess like conspiracy theory or whatever is that things are like already bizarre. Like you don't have to make them weirder. Like the whole idea of Bridget McCrone is weird enough that she like, what did she date a student she had, right? Like man or woman, whatever, I don't know. But it's true that she found, what is it? What's the French dude's name?
Macron.
Yeah, but what's his first name?
Emmanuel.
Right. So she found him in like high school. And like, that's creepy enough to me, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he was 14 and she was what?
Exactly.
39.
Right. You're in Creep Town right there. Like, that's not right.
She's my age. Ain't no way I would ever look at a 14-year-old boy and be like, yeah.
No, it's gross.
That's
And
sick.
I'm a teacher, so like whenever I hear these stories about that like severe age gap or like a teacher doing that also, I'm like, why? There's something mentally wrong with you.
No, there is. But I honestly think Macron is like, he's been a puppet his whole life. I think he's an MK Ultra victim. He has no connection to his real family. And I think that Brigitte's his handler.
Hey, like I like that story more than the fact that Candace Owens says, you know, this person is not female.
I watched the whole series, and I'm
The Candace Owens thing?
I don't even like Candace Owens, and I think she could be a tranny too.
She just think Protestants are freaking Satanists.
I think Candace Owens is part of what I call the Grape Club. And like I think her husband, this like really rich British dude who she met through Russell Brand, like there's a lot of suspect stuff going on there. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
agree. I don't.
Boy, Russell Brand is innocent.
No, he's not.
Russell Brand thinks he's Jesus, Jamie. He thinks he's Jesus, Jamie. Do you agree with that? Is that cool with you? Because
no,
it shouldn't be.
Okay, let's see. So I don't know. This channel is interesting. This is the Next Wex backup.
I wonder if it's the same one I watched like 10 years ago. I wonder.
It's not just trans stuff. They had one on the humiliation rituals that people have to go through.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that stuff's totally legit, honestly. Like, it makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Then they're looking at, this one was interesting, genetic modification, where they're showing they think that human beings are being genetically modified. Then, oh yeah, Dr. Dre's ex-wife is really a man. The one that was really interesting for me, though, I'm gonna pull it up. It was Demi Moore and Bruce Willis's daughters. Like, they don't look like girls. I want to find that one.
They don't look like girls as much as like, what's her? Oh my goodness! Now Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh yeah, here we go. Also, look, Ewan McGregor's daughters also are kind of sus, but yeah, here they are. Here, I'll just put this. Make it big.
Oh no.
Yo, no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. This one right here.
Yeah, those shoulders are
This don't look right.
forehead.
And this doesn't look right either. This one could go either way, although I'm leaning towards male. I think these young children were trans.
Oh my God. This is such classic conspiracy YouTube. The editing.
So this
I don't believe any of this stuff.
You don't believe any of this? Come on.
No.
Look, it's right in front of you. That looks like it could be an FTM. Don't lie. That's an FTM. See, look. See? He's wearing shoulder pads. Long arms.
That's just like lifelong anorexia.
Size of uterus bone. Her daughters have the same thing going on.
That one all the way to the right,
No,
yeah.
No, that's a boy.
Yeah. But
These-
also, like, when you mix Demi Moore and Bruce Willis, it makes... I don't know, man.
Yeah, some of those women are older and they've had an influx of testosterone or loss
What's up?
of estrogen. That's all that is.
I'm not talking about Demi Moore. Demi Moore, I don't know. But those daughters don't look right, okay? Chat.
I think the one on the far right is sus.
Tell me that's not sus. Come on, chat. What do you think about What does chat think about this one specifically?
For me, it's
I
the
mean,
one
look
on
at
the
how
far
long
right.
the arm is. Look how, and this one, yeah.
They come in all different sizes.
I know women look handsome sometimes, but come on. That looks like a dude in a
Straighten her out,
dress.
dystopian.
I don't know what to say about this because this is like an old YouTube trope that's been happening for as long as YouTube's existed, I think. But my favorite were always the ones where it's like, look at these music videos that are satanic, and I
Yeah,
think
they have a couple of those.
I think I went more for that than I went.
I like those too.
The old one I remember watching like 10 years ago was like, look at this Rihanna video.
Yeah, the Rain Man.
Where has that clip of Bill Clinton like getting his makeup put on, and then like clips from like Bob Dylan talking about he made a deal with the devil, and then
I made a video, I think, about Bob Dylan and the devil once. I don't remember. I don't. That is an interesting interview, though, the Bob Dylan 60 Minutes thing where he's like, yeah, I made a deal with the man who's in charge. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Bob?
Yeah, that clip, the clip of Bill Clinton looking like he's an MK Ultra victim, like getting his makeup put on. And
My favorite clip of the Clintons is when they're like on a light from an overhead light almost kills Hillary Clinton. Like,
and she starts tweaking out. Like that one where the fly lands on her during her thing with Trump. I like that one.
Oh yeah, I think they had that on this channel too.
That's creepy.
Let me see.
Golden Rule says all are dudes except Demi Moore.
He just likes her fake tits. But they're fake, Golden Rule TV, they're fake.
She needs that. What is it? It's not MSG.
MSM. Oh, here we go. Rihanna collab with Dark Side celebrities sell soul for fame.
Is that like 10 years old? Or I mean, that's what YouTube was. Like, a lot of people forget what YouTube was in the beginning. It was like all of these conspiracy videos, maybe some people making funny stuff. We didn't have like this weird influencer. I hate even use it. I'm an influencer. Like, ew.
Yeah.
We didn't have that. It was a much more, I think, fun time.
Well, I like this channel because it's like a similar, it reminds me of those old conspiracy videos where they would do and
I guess that's kind of what I do sometimes too, but you know, they're inspirational. 2005 YouTube conspiracy theory era, lizard people and Kabbalah stuff. Yeah, it's more fun then.
They did they showed, I don't know if it was the Lady Gaga video exactly, but they had one where they were showing celebrities or famous. It wasn't just Lady Gaga. Hillary Clinton was in it, but like basically people freezing and not moving.
Oh, like glitching out.
Yeah, like glitching out. That was really interesting. So they had one of Lady Gaga where she was like frozen and like they kept having to like work to get her to like actually step into the vehicle. And there was one of like Hillary.
I remember that. Yeah.
Like that too.
Well, Lady Gaga.
Yeah, the different.
She's a wiener.
You think
like
No. But she's mannish.
Okay, so the thing that I'll say about Lady Gaga that I know for sure is that she hung out a lot with Marina Abramovic. And Marina Abramovic, she was like, Marina, like, I don't know, I'm a little like out of juice, like inspirationally. And so Marina was like, hey, guess what? I'm going to put you blindfolded in the woods, like nude. It's like some weird, like, it sounds like CIA stuff to me where you're going to like traumatize somebody. But this is real. Like, that stuff actually happened.
Yeah, that's why they use it.
Marina Abramovich is one of the spirit cookers.
Yeah, she is that's her quote unquote like performance art. And then yeah, I mean that I can prove. Like I can't prove any of this stuff like where this person's a man or this person's what or whatever, but
Right.
I do think they're involved in what I would call like the dark arts. I think that's pretty obvious.
I found another channel recently. It was called Wyvern the Terrible. I could pull it up. He was doing a lot of videos on like the Tavistock Freemasons and like how they've impacted music. And I like, I'll pull that up just to show the chat if anybody's interested in that stuff. What I found interesting was he did a lot of videos about like John Lydon, showing that he's a Freemason.
The Sex Pistols guy.
Yeah. I was like,
well, that was like a boy band for punk, you know?
Yeah.
They put that whole thing together. It wasn't like a real organic process.
Contrived. Yeah, the Stones are totally in on it.
The Stones are probably the most satanic, I think, outwardly, honestly, if you listen to them.
And they were doing like the gender bending stuff from the beginning. They had that like promotional video where they were all in drag and wearing makeup and that kind of thing. Pull it up here. There's the button.
My old joke was like the Stones are still alive because they made a pact with Satan. That's why half the Beatles are dead, because they didn't. But, you know. What is your algorithm, dude? Like, what?
I don't know.
How do you find these channels?
This one was recommended to me. It was like it was just one video about like punk's connection to like the Tavistock, and I like saved it in my watch later, and then I like listened to it. I was like, this is wild, and then I went to the channel itself, and then I was like, oh, okay, he's like a deep diver. So let's see, I
think someone sent me the punk Tavistock thing. I think it was a little more organic than that, and probably actually a reaction to like race relations at the time. But that's just the American side. I don't know anything about the UK or any of that.
This one's interesting. So yeah, he did a video about like all the videos of like leaving Britain. I'm leaving Britain. Why you can't live in Britain? And then he's like showing like, well, what's this about? And then he's like showing, oh, this person lives in China now. So you left Britain for China. Interesting. And now you're
probably a lot more convenient.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, Tool is up there for Golden Rule TV. Alice in Chains. Everybody's talking about their favorite. Ooh, Rush. Tom Sawyer.
There's a lot of anti-Putin content. The Jewish ritual of scarring the ear of a slave if they wish to remain in service to their masters.
Oh, so no, I can't be implicated in this.
Eric Clapton's 1976 onstage speech against immigration. Interesting.
The Deftones. What year is this? I thought we were in 2025. I won't go to a church that has a Freemason member. It says Golden Rule TV.
You don't go to church anyway, Golden Rule TV.
Then someone said to be a Freemason, you must believe in God. Well, they believe in a higher power. It doesn't matter which one, as far as I know. You're not into the Deftones because they stink. Oh, no. I got to get out of here.
Gosh. I do not like the Deftones either.
They're not good. The Illuminati.
Behold the joy and jubilation of the returning heroes of Apollo 11. Interesting.
Is that who's that in the? Is that Jimmy
That's Buzz.
Savile over there in the middle of the Beatles?
Yeah, Jimmy Savile, Revelation of Method of Beatles Songwriting. Oh, hey, this is from Celebrity Big Brother. I haven't watched that. Should I put it on?
The Deftones are objectively good? In what universe?
No, come on, guys. Guys. Come on, guys. Not the Deftones. Oh, wow. Lucky you believe on the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, keep it that way, because the more you know, like, the crazy real sound.
The more you see it, the more it gets upsetting, the more, like, it's a good thing, though, for, like, all your heroes to, like, I don't know, be kind of taken down a peg.
Yeah, you shouldn't have false idols.
Yeah. I'll forgive you guys. I mean, we're girls. We want music that sounds good.
Jimmy Savile groomed the current UK Prime Minister.
You know what? I saw I think it was on this channel too, an interview with Jimmy Savile. He was on some old talk show, and Alan Alda was one of the guests. And there's this moment where he describes like taking this little girl that fell asleep in the back of her parents' car into like Buckingham Palace to meet the Duke of Edinburgh, what's his name? Prince Philip. Yeah, and like it's just he said something, and then like all of a sudden, like you see Alan's face get like really creeped out. Like he kind of had a suspicion like that something wasn't right about the story. I don't know. He kind of like had this like a grimace almost, like ugh.
Yeah, there's an interesting interview with Russell Brand and Jimmy Savile from way back in the day. If Jamie wants to check that out,
really,
if I could lay one more nail in the worship of Russell Brand.
Russell Brand is awful.
Total creep.
I'm definitely saving this to my watch later. Hey. He's a creep.
I'm not telling you you're a creep, Jamie. You just don't know enough yet.
He's a creep and a groper and just...
Golden Rule TV, you're not going to like my channel because I'm like, I have some ideas that other people don't like, but...
Did Kubrick fake the moon landing? James Bond Revelation.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Voice comparison. Yeah, we'll save that. Save to watch later. Oh, Mick Jagger's lifetime of vaccine advertising. Really?
That sounds interesting, actually.
For people in Virginia to get polio shots, that's all. Workers in mines to get this injection against that. I'm sure they didn't know who I was, but I did. I once made some ads for people in Virginia to get polio shots, that's all. Or something like that. Or workers in mines to get this injection.
Wait, can you pause this? Because, like, hold on a second, Mick Jagger. Like, how much drugs are you on right now? That you're like, yeah, get those vaccine shots. Like, all right, that's all I had to say. Keep going, please.
He's so gay. Oh, he's a conspiracy nut. Yeah, I think Golden Rule TV would like your channel, to be honest, based on his interests. Okay. I do like Mick's hair, though, here.
Ew, is that Dave Grohl?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Bill Gates is in my bloodstream. It's mind control. The others
is this real?
It's never warming up. The after's turned to slush. The seconds coming late, and there's aliens in the deep state. Now we're out of these prison walls.
What?
Gotta pay Peter if you're robbing Paul, but it's easy.
Of course, Dave Grohl is tied to this.
Everything's gonna be real freaky. Alright, all night. We're all heading back to paradise. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I don't want to play too much music.
My
so-
favorite conspiracy is that Dave Grohl actually probably killed Kurt Cobain.
Oh, dang.
Who benefited the most? Oh, that's bad. That music is bad.
Get your COVID-19 vaccine. Mick Jagger says.
Also, notice the checkerboard
I once made
blazer.
That's true, yeah.
Virginia to get polio shots, that's all, or something like that, or workers in mines to get his injection against that. I'm sure they didn't know who I was, but I did.
Wow.
Wild.
And then people will believe that, even though he's like all shot out on heroin or something.
Yeah, he looks like crap. Her video is not.
So someone agrees with me that Dave Grohl might have killed Kurt Cobain.
I think it's possible. I honestly think it was his friend. I think they
Cui
had.
Bono. Which friend?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yep. I love how and Courtney's very.
Courtney is not a likable figure, but I don't think that she would have done that. I just don't.
No, I don't think she did either. She didn't have anything really to gain from it, for one. And yeah, she just doesn't give me that kind of vibe.
I think she actually really loved him, as sick as that sounds. But when you watch the old footage, and I don't know, Rage Against the Vaccine. Well, they're communists. The Rage Against the Machine are dirty communists.
I thought he unalived himself. I mean, that's what they want you to think. But, how are all these people unaliving themselves? That's the thing that really amazes me. He unalived himself. The guy from that crappy band Linkin Park unalived himself.
Right.
I don't.
Anthony Bourdain, maybe.
Oh, yeah, Anthony Bourdain.
Which doesn't, to me, a lot of these don't make sense.
What is that woman that Kate Spade?
Yeah, Kate Spade.
I don't think.
That's a weird one.
Or I don't know, even the death of Sid Vicious is really suspicious. A lot of these celebrity deaths are very suspicious. Now with Amy Winehouse, I wasn't surprised when she died because of just how she'd been looking.
It seemed like a disaster, about to happen.
Yeah, I was still sad and shocked when it happened and upset when it happened, but it didn't shock me because she was so unhealthy, She looked like hell.
She did.
And she looked totally defeated. But I don't know. There's
I think my favorite lore is Anderson Cooper's brother, who supposedly fell out of a window when they were kids. Gloria Vanderbilt was like, "Yeah, that's what happened." And you're like, I don't trust you.
I heard he was gonna expose the pedophile elites, and so they unalived him.
That's what they say. I don't know. Sometimes I have to take 10 steps back and look at this kind of conspiracy stuff as kind of a new American mythology. I don't, I love talking about it, but I don't know how much I believe any of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to believe, really. He's got a lot of Alan Partridge clips here, which is interesting.
Listen, I believe anything they say about the UK, though. Just because I think it's the creepiest country.
Oh, there's Richard Burton. International Finance versus the Miners. I'm going to save that one. So it looks like 5 years ago, he was just doing kind of like shoot the white folks, Minneapolis riots. Interesting.
So they say Johnny Depp being a PDF. I don't think Johnny Depp's necessarily that, but I think he's clearly a Satanist. I just think they have their telltale signs. Like, it's just so obvious to me at this point. Like, I don't even say it as like pure condemnation. I'm not that type of person. I just think these people have a belief system, and you should know what it is. And the only real thing that you have to know about Satanism is do as thou wilt will be the whole of the law. That's it. Like, I don't think it's anything more than that. It's just an extension of their own narcissism.
You know, a lot of Christians believe in that principle.
What?
Jamie, you got to get over here because people
A lot
can't.
of Christians think the new covenant Jesus did away with the law, which means they're in perfect alignment with that principle. It's really sad.
Well, they should look into some Aleister Crowley then, because that was his whole deal.
Yeah.
It's not what Jesus did.
No, I don't think so either.
He gave mercy, but he didn't change what God said.
Hey, what up, Davy Jones? You think Johnny Depp was in on Heath Ledger's death?
Oh yeah, they have this. There's a whole story where
Amber Church.
I don't know about Heath Ledger, but I know about River Phoenix and the club that they would all go to and all of that. I don't know about Heath Ledger at all. Amber, they're both Satanists, dude. That's their religion. Like, that's what I think. Like, and it's so obvious when you pull apart symbolism in film. Like, I wish it wasn't the case. Like, I really do. But, and the occult tradition is a long, let's say dark occult tradition is a long one in Hollywood since the beginning.
Yeah.
So, no way the Olsen twins, Taylor Swift, they're all mingling in witchcraft. I believe that. Well, Taylor Swift, you know what I heard recently is that she's in her 13th era right now. Did you hear that?
No.
This was reporting on NPR, dude. Yeah. I was also the shocked face that you're making right now because I don't listen to
What is
NPR.
that era? Her 13th era.
She has all these eras that she does, and I guess that's like her shtick. Like, I don't know, I'm not a Swiftie or anything, but apparently she's in her 13th era right now, which I find very strange.
Does that just mean like album or something?
I'm not sure what it means. I'd have to like dig into Taylor Swift some more to know, and I don't want to because I don't
understand that because
care
I've
for
heard
her.
like, her albums referred to as eras or something.
Matthew's saying something like the church lady
from
Dana Carvey.
Special.
I ain't no Dana Carvey. Oh, it would be funnier if I were.
He said that he corrected himself and he did mean River Phoenix.
Right. Yeah, there's that whole story. I don't know how true it is. I wasn't there.
You did that. I listened to that video you did about Marilyn Manson.
Oh, no.
That guy. That was interesting.
He's such a creep.
Yeah, I know. And I remember when I was in the 90s, I used to defend him. And I thought the Christians were all insane about him.
Well, you didn't know any better.
Yeah. Turns out the crazy Christian moms were right.
I think partially, yeah.
Superstar, he meant that.
I think that whole like satanic panic thing is to like get you to stop looking at it. Like, don't look at this. Don't look over here. For me, it's more of an interest in like, what do people believe? Why are they inserting these things into their art? That's my angle, I guess. But once you see it, you can't really unsee it. Jesus didn't do away with God's law. He brought mercy to forgive us for failing and sends the Holy Spirit to empower us to obey, which is what love is, a transcript of God's character, says Jamie.
Well, yeah. I think it's more like Jesus fulfills the law. He doesn't do away with the law. And I think Christians who, I mean, but I don't know that there's also, I don't think that we're beholden to like all of these customs and sanctions that are in like Levitical law either.
Like the Old Testament?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different rules. I don't think that it. I mean, that whole law was given so that they would be like set apart and be really like super different and special from the other nations. You know, because they had all these very strict customs. But I don't know. What do you want to get in here and defend your
I'm going to
statement?
describe my statement. Yeah, the New Testament's clear. Hebrews 8-10, it was prophesied in Jeremiah 31:31. But the New Covenant, Jesus came to destroy the works of the devil, who was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. So those are breaking God's commandments. So God doesn't sin, which demonstrates perfect love. And so we fail at that. And so Jesus comes to give mercy for the fact that we do sin. He doesn't do away with the thing that defines what sin is. He brings the new covenant, which is a new ministry, but it's not a different set of characteristics about what it means to be made in the image of God. So somebody said I was being deterministic. No. There's several statements. Read Hebrews 8-10. Like Jesus, the death of the testator brings the new covenant, which is God sending the Holy Spirit which is prophesied to empower humans to grow towards the image of Christ, who has demonstrated God's love perfectly by never sinning. I'm not saying you're not going to stop sinning. I'm not saying you don't mess up. I'm not saying that God's not extending mercy, but he didn't change what it means to be a sinner. And as far as being set apart in the Old Testament, yeah, but the overarching narrative of the Bible is that if you look at it from a big picture, bird's eye point of view, like man falls and then God promises he's going to redeem them in Genesis, right? Genesis 1-3. He's going to send the seed of the woman to destroy the devil. And then he's like, doesn't kill humanity, right? And then he has to send the flood because men are so evil. And then after the flood, he's like, hey, don't stay in one spot because you're going to do wicked stuff. And then they won't listen. And so they build the Tower of Babel, right? Because they don't trust God. And then God forces them apart, separates them, right? And then a little bit later, what does he do? He comes down and he calls Abraham and he gives them the law, which is like what you're supposed to be like, right? And then that's prophesies that they're going to fail. He says they're going to fail, but he's going to send the Messiah. And then the Messiah comes. And then that message, Jesus upholds the law. Like the prophecy says that he'll make the law honorable and he'll call back the nations through Abraham. He'll make them children of Abraham. So he calls through the gospel and the new covenant. He empowers the church with the Holy Spirit to bring people in for mercy. And then it also says he empowers them that he'd write the law on their heart and make them his people. And so he calls back the nations that he separated at Babel through the children of Abraham by ultimately bringing forth the Messiah, who ultimately ends up forming the new covenant, which was promised to the Jews, but is for the purpose of calling back all humans into the family of God and the ways of God. And the Holy Spirit is the empowerment to do that and the mercy for failing to do that.
No.
That's the overall arching story of the world, according to Scripture.
Well, Cupcake has to tell me something.
Okay, I'm done. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, what does Cupcake want to tell us?
She needs to tell me something. Is it serious?
Uh-oh.
Whoa, what is that?
Whoa.
Jamie, are you a fan of Philip K. Dick at all?
I am.
Harry is.
Oh, all right. Well,
I don't know much about
I
it.
read a number of his books. I'm
Have
sorry
you-
to hear that, little cupcake. I'm sorry you've had a
Oh,
falling out, and it seems that you
Say
got
Philip K. Dick.
yeah, Philip K. Dick.
I can't remember what he wrote.
Sorry, have you read The Divine Invasion?
Flow My Tears, the policeman said. Or
I haven't read really.
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The Man in the High Castle.
Yeah, I've only heard people talk about it. I've never read.
Oh, what's this one? The Divine Invasion. That sounds good.
Interesting. Hey, she goes to the library.
I do. You think I'm gonna buy all these books?
Based.
Benjamin Franklin, babe.
Hey, I'm sorry. Little Cupcake is sad. I hope it gets worked out, Little Cupcake.
Yeah, what is happening here?
I don't know what I can do about that.
Why don't they come on stream?
Sometimes he gets into things with people though, and it seems like he
Who
can.
is Jake Hudson?
Jake's a mutual friend. I met Little Cupcake through them.
I like to see Little Cupcake come
I
on
mean-
stream. I'm skeptical that they're the person that
She does. She has her own channel.
does. She
She
really
does. She has her own channel. She does ASMR.
prove it.
She does ASMR videos. She'd be like whispering and tapping and doing her thing.
Well, I didn't want to be and started being rude to me because me and my friends left Instagram.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I've seen him get into things with people sometimes, or like misunderstandings. It's not.
Sounds like you got stuck in some kind of decentralized internet cult. I don't know.
I hope it works. You know what? Sometimes you're not friends anymore. Why? Well, I mean, if it's if it's too stressful or dramatic or something, like, don't get involved with it. Like, you're totally right to walk away from something if there's too much drama. I'll say that. Like, he probably misunderstood. He's very easily, like, I don't know, people can manipulate him. I've noticed that, it's so if you're, it's easy to be misunderstood. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh, that would be a nice bacon sizzling. So what's the book that you showed about? I haven't read that.
Oh, it's, I guess it's sort of his interpretation of what could happen in the future. It's kind of, it's kind of hard to describe, but there's like a godlike being that's sent to planet Earth from one of these like pod colonies. I think he's more interesting than a lot of other science fiction writers that I've read. And there's a lot of, like, I think Jewish mysticism here, and it's pretty interesting. Anyway, you kind of just, if you can, like, maybe sometime read it yourself. But I guess it's also in the middle of that Valis trilogy. So I didn't read the other books. I only know this one. And yeah, I got it at a library, and the title spoke to me. So
Do you think what I said was gobbledygook?
No, Jamie.
No. I think it sounded cool. I
tried to be real. I'm not trying to change the subject back to that. I was just like,
because it's all the same.
I've thought about it a lot, and I tried to summarize it really short, but it's a big book.
I don't want none of these cookies right now.
I think Jesus was to prevent, like, the rest of culture doing those human sacrifices that they were doing, like the ultimate human sacrifice.
My point was just trying to be like that's the narrative of the entire Bible. Kind of like,
I mean,
summed down. Like that's what the book is saying God is doing in the world. That's all.
well, anything that happened between you and Jake is not going to affect my relationship with you. So I'll say that, little cupcake, I won't hold anything that happened between you two against you.
You sure could build rapport better if she came on and engaged with you.
Why does she need to come? She doesn't need to come on. Unless she wants to.
I gotta go in like 10 minutes anyway.
That's okay. I'm probably gonna wrap it up shortly too.
Dissociative identity disorder.
Dang.
I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry, little cupcake, that you're going through some. You have to understand, though, these relationships that you develop through the internet can be parasocial.
Yeah.
So you have to like maybe like, you know, step into the real world again, and I think those relationships in your real life are more important than anything that could happen on the internet. But that's just me after years of of this.
Yeah.
The narrative of the whole
friends on the internet, but like
Yeah.
I've also dealt with a lot of freaking weird mess that makes no sense. People acting in ways that don't make any sense, and then you realize I don't really know these people at all. I don't know what their motivations are. I don't even really.
Right.
Yeah. So it is what it is.
Seems that the narrative of the whole Bible is narrowed to Jesus Christ as the focus and his law of love. It says, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ. But then when I get into this, like, love is the law, I also see a lot of Crowley. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to.
Love is the law. Love under will.
Yeah. So like, I don't know.
Yeah, he was not very loving.
Well, and then you get into like the whole aspect of like how these rituals work, and it's all like weird sexual deviancy and
Yeah.
and just sort of
And drug abuse and like
yeah,
and
like syphilis and stuff. So like I don't know, man.
syphilis.
I'm serious though.
I do have a book by Crowley. I have his book Magic in Theory and Practice. I got it for my birthday like years ago when I was a cultist. I still own it. And I found a ritual on it that like freaked me out because I had this experience years ago when I was working at Starbucks where they were basically upset because I wouldn't use they, them pronouns.
Oh.
They were noticing that I was calling people that had trans identities by their names instead of like she or he or they.
Right, because it's easier, isn't it? Just to like, listen, if you want to go by a name, I'll do that. I don't mind. I don't mind the name thing. But if you're gonna try to tell me like you're something that you're not, and the whole pronoun thing, it's always been so funny because it's like people don't use that language unless you're not in the room. So you're basically trying to control what other people's saying about you when you're not in the room.
And how people perceive you as well.
Right.
But yeah, so I had this like big talk with like upper management. I got like ambushed and sat down and talked to and kind of intimidated. And I agreed with them to not use pronouns for anyone. Basically, since they didn't want me discriminating against anyone. So if I didn't use pronouns for anyone, then it would be fine. So I basically had to stop using pronouns at that point, which I agreed to do since I don't want to discriminate against anyone. If they think that's discrimination, then I'll do my best to not use pronouns, which was like actually a really difficult exercise. But I found a ritual in that book where he suggests you do that. So like maybe like a year later, I'm just skimming through the back of the book looking at the rituals, and he's like, here's a way to practice self-mastery. And he's like, eliminate words like pronouns from your usage. just to control your like. This is a test of like controlling your
like the image that you're projecting.
Well, no, just it's about controlling your speech.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a test in self mastery. If you're able to eliminate words that are commonly used and work around these words that are commonly used by everyone and part of everyday speech, then you're able to like master yourself and your tongue. And yeah, it said, I remember reading this, it was like, thus bind thyself and thou shalt forever be free. So by binding your tongue, binding yourself, you'll create the conditions to overcome like your limitations. It was an interesting thing.
It's always like a reversal kind of inversion with him.
Well, I do think there's truth. There's truth in like binding yourself to will free you from things. So like there is truth in like like self mastery or controlling yourself or taming your demons or whatever it is, that you'll be able to be free of certain things and be freer. A lot of people don't get that. So like having discipline is like a way of freeing.
Right, like the paradox of right, exactly.
But I don't know. I remember that still to this day where I was just like,
flipping through it.
Yeah, and I never read that part of the book before. I'd never come across that, and then I saw that, and I was like,
yeah, that's happened to me with a couple of books where I'm like, oh yeah, okay, like God is definitely real, because otherwise, why would I just flip through this random page that seemed to answer the question that I had?
Yeah.
So that's what I think, but I'm not of any one belief system or anything like that.
well, I definitely believe Crowley was a sicko and a pervert and a rapist.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a drug addict.
Yeah,
And
that's like number one.
Yeah, and also, and he was definitely communicating with demonic forces.
For sure.
So
I definitely believe that. I mean, that one character of his that looks like a gray alien, where you're like, that was before people were even talking about those gray aliens, right? And that's like a demon. So I really think he was channeling some stuff that was totally unholy. And then you think of his connection with L. Ron Hubbard and all that,
Mm-hmm.
and the OTO and all that. This kind of that's if people are like wondering, that's kind of my pet, I guess, topic. That and the trans stuff.
Yeah, Lamb. That was what it was called.
Yep. Yeah, they did rituals at I don't know if it's Area 51, but it was somewhere in the California desert, and he was there with Jack Parsons, and there was this whole love triangle going on because it always has to have sex involved for some reason, bodily fluids, etc. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we don't acknowledge that I think is more powerful than we can even really wrap our minds around. But I'm going to leave soon. But like Aleister Crowley, I think, has had a huge impact on this culture. We were talking about the Rolling Stones, we're talking about rock and roll. A lot of those people, I wouldn't say they worshipped him, but they found his philosophies to be interesting, right?
Yeah, he
And
was
so-
on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club's
yeah,
band.
exactly. At least twice. I think it's 3, but yeah.
Then Ozzy had the Mr. Crowley song. Remember, that was my first introduction to hearing about him. Actually.
I watched some really terrible movie about him like 10 years ago. And I was like, what is this? But I don't think I've ever been the same since. I'm serious. I used to just like watch movies and not think about them at all. Like I You know, I've always been a big movie person. And so, oh yeah, and the whole Epstein thing. Someone's talking about Epstein Island. Yeah, things got really weird in the past decade, I'd say.
Yeah.
Like to us, at least, us millennials or whatever we are. Because when you start being, you know, honest about it, you can be like, yeah, this stuff is definitely influenced by some like dark occult stuff. Like, I don't see how it's not obvious to most people at this point. And I'm not saying to stop enjoying it, like, whatever, if that's your thing. But, you know, you got to see the symbolism that's there. And I'm not even a QAnon person. I never got into that. I don't even care about that stuff. But what did Jamie
What's
say?
her avatar? Is that what you're asking?
My avatar?
Avatar, yeah.
It's from a fashion show that I really enjoyed, and I took a picture of it. I have other ones. Do you want me to change it? I got a crappy anime one.
No, that was
I forget which, because like I still like art, you know. I still that's why I hate communists so much, because I think they're really bad at art. But like
Terry's
What? No. Are they?
Terry's not a communist.
No, I'm not. But I do like Soviet realism.
Well, because it's an interesting era of it's an interesting aesthetic, right?
Yeah, I love that like Soviet propaganda art.
Yeah.
You want what is that, Jamie?
We went to an art show.
Oh yeah, we did. Yes, we did. We went to the museum.
Well, so like contemporary art, is pretty hard to look at. I'm not gonna lie.
Jamie, I want to play this.
Please. Now I command you.
Oh my goodness.
I am a Baptist. What?
I'm commanding you.
I am
You're
a Baptist.
I command thee to play my art.
Believe on the Lord Jesus as toilet art. Yeah, so like I think Duchamp is, and that time period is kind of when we started going downhill with art and a departure of art from being like something that was beautiful. But again, you have to look at Duchamp as like a reaction to what happened in World War I. So they were like, their psyches were messed up. So what are we looking at? And then I'll go.
Jamie wanted me to play this. Yeah, he went in the bathroom and I guess there was art in there.
You're at the school art show where they're like,
Oh no.
and it's art. Look at this.
That's a douche.
Oh no. Ew.
Oh god. Holy prostitution of the soul. Wow. Young Asian chicks? Is that what it says? Saturn 9, you can't take the rat out of the rat.
Yeah, and so contemporary art has become, I believe, like a money laundering situation. Ew.
Ew. I like that rat.
It's like postmodern.
That picture is cool.
There's my friend's art. Yeah, that's who we went to
Sarah's
see.
friend's art. Sarah Starr.
And so I guess you kind of have to think of the people creating the art that we just saw in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Hero.
Like, what possesses somebody to?
Exactly.
Did you get the video here?
It's like Sarah, she's into kind of like witchy stuff,
Looks kind of
goddess
witchy.
imagery. Yeah, that
You get
kind
any
of thing.
shots of it?
No, I didn't. There I am.
Okay, so you know,
Shoot.
it's cool art. I had fun.
Yeah, and so you just have to think like, who's making this art? What's their deal? Like, I think Terry said something like she can separate the art from the artist, but I'm not sure that I can. Like, I love that for you, but like, I don't know if I'm able to do it. But
What's up, Yankee? The chat say obey.
You're the patriarchalist, not me.
Lone Roll TV says he can listen to music without effects. I don't know. I don't know if I can.
I don't know. I feel like you have to separate it, but the stuff that he showed us in the bathroom, I mean, like, I wonder about those people, and I don't really think that that's, for me, that's very lazy. Like, it's not interesting. There's nothing compelling going on there, like, at
Right.
all. It's just like on the nose.
There's no
BS.
technique or talent, and then there's no like message
Right.
worth anything. It's very demoralizing.
Yeah, it's like grotesque to be grotesque. And then you think of these people and like, well, okay, if they're like the typical sort of like leftists these days who grew up to like hate America, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's why they're making that crappy art. Like, it's the same demoralizing idea.
Right.
And so I don't know. I think it's subjective for sure. But good art is in architecture and of the old world. I mean, I think there are people doing some really interesting, like, realistic paintings these days that are very good. But
There was that one lady, she was doing like fat lesbian art. She was like but her skill was like her talent, the way she captured light. So she had these two like pretty much naked fat women on a bed together, kind of cuddling.
Okay.
But the way she like captured the light on their bodies was actually really beautiful. Like she had skill and talent. So
technique,
what she was capturing was a little bit demoralizing, but like I could look at it and appreciate at least her gift. What's up, Watt Clinus? My name is Clinus.
What?
Plinius, my bad.
Plinius?
Okay, my last request.
Oh, Jamie.
Terry, I can manage.
And then I'm going to go. Let's watch this video and then I'll get out of here.
All right. Let's see. Let's see what Jamie wants me to show.
It's very short.
Jamie, this is the same video.
Oh, whoops. Hold on.
Dang it.
Hold on. Damn it.
I don't want to see the same video.
I know. Hold on.
It's nasty. You're in the bathroom.
Babe, I wasn't going to that.
No.
It's the one of the Monet. I'll post it. It's the Monet. We had the Monets. Or the ones. Or the one. I like all those videos. Okay, here it is.
All the videos.
Oh, he thinks he's got it.
There you go.
And then I'll leave.
Okay.
I like the one with you where we're looking at.
Wait, isn't this my video?
Yeah, it's your video.
All right, hold up.
Oh,
oh, dang it. Sorry, I took off the share function, so just give me a sec.
Believe on the Lord Jesus says LMAO, the most ridiculous artistic expression was the comedic orgasm, moaning. Note to self, be way more creative than to fall into moral turpitude trying to be creative. Well, even if you do fall into moral turpitude, you could be like the next Robert Mapplethorpe / Patti Smith situation. So people like it. People like debasing.
Yeah,
weird.
you can be a pervert and still make decent art, you know? Like,
Moral terps.
yeah, here we go. We went to see Floating Worlds by Monet.
Holla. Love Monet.
That's my video. I posted this one. But we went there to see the what's it called? The psychedelic art. Yeah, the 60s.
And that's clothing
posters.
and art on display. But we also saw the normal. Well, they had some Japanese art from the 17th and 20th century, which is cool.
Yeah.
The wood cutting art.
Mm-hmm.
We also had contemporary modern. What do you call it? American contemporary or whatever.
No,
Really
I
great
remember
stuff.
a lot of that.
Like what time period?
1900s. Like
okay.
There were.
They had some like South American like saint art as well. So like depictions of saints from like indigenous artists.
You go to my channel,
from like
Jamie
the
Russell.
1600s or something like that.
Go to Jamie's channel, guys.
All right.
I mean it.
You come back here.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a market for everything, although it seems like the market for demented, ugly stuff is the one that's happening at this moment, which upsets me.
I
But
can't imagine somebody buying one of those like turd poster things.
Yeah, Peace is P-I-C, P-I-E.
you would you'd be blown away by some people's taste. You can't buy taste, as they say.
When I was walking from the store earlier, by the store coming back here, there was a nice, shopping bag, like one from like Nordstrom, with nice handle,
Yeah, like a paper.
Yeah, made out of twine and paper. And there were some dress shoes in there, and there was human feces in the shoes and flies swarming about it.
Oh my god, you should have taken a picture.
Sitting on the sidewalk. Nice used designer shoes and a nice consumer handbag filled with human
That is
feces
so
and flies
demoralizing.
swarming around it. Just sat there on the sidewalk.
Sounds like pictures I used to take in Philly. Serious. It's full of you, so gross, Terry.
Why do people do
His
stuff like
poop
that?
shoes were abandoned right where a trash tornado actually occurs there in front of the Plaid Pantry convenience store. The wind hits the tall buildings and creates a sort of windstorm or miniature
like a wind
tornado
tunnel
of
through
trash.
there, yeah.
Trash tunnel.
Yeah, it's quite beautiful.
There was a toilet. So I live in South Florida right now. There was a toilet filled with like plants on the side of the road. I guess they were getting rid of the toilet. It was kind of beautiful in that way. It was filled with all these plant cuttings. I was like, that's weird, but I kind of like it.
I love cuttings. Plants are cool.
Well, Terry, thank you for letting me be on the stream. And thanks for watching that Marilyn Manson video.
Oh yeah, it was good.
I don't even remember like what I said in it.
Well, I don't know. We're just talking about like his abuse of women over the
Oh,
years.
yeah.
And, like and even like the women he's been with, they don't speak out. Like Dita Von Teese seems like the most sane of his exes.
Yeah, because she had a personality before. Yeah.
Right.
I like his family. Have you seen that family picture AI with Marilyn Monroe and Charles Manson? It's like a family pic.
Yeah, and then he's the baby or something. Yeah.
Oh no, AI is so terrifying.
Yeah, well, that was his whole idea for the name anyway. He was wanting to blend like
That's the whole band.
Yeah.
Right? You got like Twiggy Ramirez, right? So they would take the name of a supermodel and then mesh it with a serial killer.
Sounds like something Abramovich would promote. But hey, if you post your channel in the chat again and Guys, subscribe to.
No one's gonna. You don't have to do that anyway.
Channel.
Sorry. It's probably right next to my face. But trash bag floating vortexes. Well, enjoy the rest of your night. What time is it over there in Portland?
It's 4:30.
Oh, it's early. What are you guys gonna do with the rest of your evening?
I might eat some food. Yeah, give you a kiss. I might eat some food. I think I'm feeling a little hungry. I might look at the groceries I ordered and see what we actually got, and then make something easy. You want some meat? Did I order any meat? I guess there's like that. I got turkey bacon. I got bacon, sausage, and meat.
There's at least ground beef, and I think.
I didn't get no ground beef.
Yeah, then you got bacon, some sort of ground beef, meat, and you got that sauce.
Well, I hope you have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Have a good night.
Sabbath.
Bye.
Matthew's gonna sub.
Good. That was fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for obeying me.
You don't need to thank me for obeying you.
Well, I mean, you're coming out of the women's liberation movement, trying to be a patriarchalist, and I want to facilitate you as my upcoming wife, daughter wife, or whatever.
Daughter wife.
Right there.
What?
That's right.
Daughter wife. What a term. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. It's always a good time when Dystopian Deep Dives joins the chat.
She's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, subscribe to her channel, guys. Give her some love.
She's saying you don't have to though, so
Oh yeah, of course I have to, but
you don't have to.
you
but-
should. She's not coming on here for that purpose. But
Yeah.
she deserves a shout out. Okay.
I enjoyed her channel. She was reading that Hollywood book recently. I enjoyed listening to it while I was working. Jamie is in backhand reach, Terry. I can't hit somebody. I'll just hurt my hand.
I can't. What? What's the problem?
He's saying I could backhand you.
Why would you? You might.
I'm a very submissive, obedient woman. Everyone can tell that. Duh.
I'm in charge.
Also, I'll just hurt my hand if I hit anybody. So
I ask her to hit me all the time and she won't do it.
I won't
She's
do
like,
it.
it'll hurt me. I'm like, look at that.
What's that? What's going on there? Aren't those new socks? Don't pull it. It's gonna like mess it. Is it a tag? Oh, it is a tag. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna close it down in a sec. What should we have for dinner?
I have to do the dishes. So.
Well, I mean, not really. Just do a couple of them. Don't have to do a full thing.
You'd be filling up the dishwasher like every day. You're gonna have to get in the habit of doing that every day.
I know. Well, if you want
I'll try.
home cooked food every day, yeah.
Well, nice to see everybody.
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Do you like how they turned out? What's that?
Pretty good. Wow. Aren't I lucky? Not lucky. I'm blessed. That's cool.
So yeah, I did a mix of colors.
The blue star is awesome. That's really cool. That might be my favorite yet.
Did a combination of them, so I haven't done that in a while where I've done a bunch of different colors, but it's fun. I might. All natural, guys. Should I do a video about nail care and how to grow your nails extra long?
Maybe you can get a sponsor.
Don't say gross.
Gross? What?
Don't say gross. They're not gross. My nails aren't gross. I keep them clean. I have a brush. They're not fake. They're real. He's probably behind.
Oh,
Well, doesn't they say that at Bond all the time? They're like, a woman should be like a daughter to her husband.
Yeah, that's
and
all I'm
like,
saying.
you get daughters owned.
I don't think that way, guys. I'm just playing on that.
I mean, I get that. I get that in a bit. I think a woman should be like a woman should look up to her man.
I'm in charge. The Bible
A woman
says.
should look up to her man.
And
she should
I have the
admire
last
him,
word.
right?
And I have the last word, right?
On my show.
On everything.
Mm.
In all things. Christ is the head of the church, and I'm the head of you. So I haven't got no kids yet. You can be the head of the kids, but you got to produce them first.
Dang it.
If she
Can I
wants to
be
be in
head of
charge of
Nero?
something, she's got to have babies. So it's up to her. No, I'm just kidding. It's up to me. I
I'm
guess.
in charge of my channel.
That's true. Because I allow it.
Because you allow it.
That's right. If I wanted to, I could just, boom, no more channel. And you would have to submit. Because wives have to submit to their husband. I guess we're getting married soon enough. We're basically married, so whatever.
Why do we have? But why do I have my channel?
Because I allow it.
But what? You heard it here, guys. I'm
happy to allow you to have your own channel.
my own channel. I've had this channel for like 10 plus years, 14 years, 15 years.
15?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're a different person.
A mini Terry first. Oh my goodness, a mini Terry.
I hope so. I want a girl first. I don't care what the
Imagine
boys
a
say.
little me.
I want a little daughter first.
Real women make girls first.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll have a boy first. But I want a girl first because I like little girls.
I don't care what it is.
I don't really either.
The fact I'll be happy to have a child.
But have you seen those little baby girls who
Yeah,
like
they're so
daddy
cute.
comes home from
Daddy
work?
comes home and is like, Daddy. Yeah. You know, they get up and then start
I mean,
kicking their feet.
Boys do that too, but
And
something about a little girl.
Having an older sister is kind of cool for a kid. I've noticed that. Like, guys who have older sisters tend to be cooler.
Right here.
Well, yeah, we're getting married soon. Don't worry, we're not gonna have kids until we're married.
Of course.
That's
That's a
the
given.
Lord blesses us because we're both old as hell. I mean, I'm ancient.
I mean, I got plenty of seed. Might be good for a good 40 more years, but your eggs, I don't know.
My eggs are vintage.
You keep, I mean, look at her. You guys, it's looking good because her nails, if her nails are that good, think of how good her eggs are. We're going to get pregnant.
It is good stock.
She's going to get pregnant on our honeymoon.
And my mom did have like kids into her 40s, so
I think you're going to get pregnant.
my two younger brothers. I mean, I think my mom was my age when she had Shay and Todd. She was in her like
Which
mid
one's coming to the
40s.
wedding?
Shay,
The first.
Mhm.
The oldest.
not
She-
the oldest. I mean,
But-
Chris is the oldest, but
They're all Mike's kids.
Mike's Shay and Todd are Mike's kids.
So
Todd's
she-
just had a kid of his own, and
But
like,
Chris was middle.
huh?
Your mom had Chris with somebody after your dad.
No, she had Chris first. Chris is
Oh.
13 years older than me.
Oh, before your dad.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, she had him when she was a teenager.
But her first child with Mike,
Was Shay, and he'll be coming to our wedding.
how old is he?
I don't know. I have to do the math. I don't know.
She was older than you are when she had him.
I think she was my age right now.
And then she had another kid later after that too.
Yeah.
And he is how many years younger?
I don't know.
Couple.
He's like 3. I think he's 3 years younger.
So we got 3 years.
We got a few years. We'll be okay.
And you've been taking all that creatine, MSM, and
I'm gonna start taking that. What is it? The flower. What is it called? The evening primrose oil.
oh damn.
I've heard that's really good for fertility. Like it's good for it's good for PMS. It's good for perimenopausal symptoms, and it's good for fertility. So I've heard of women in their 40s taking evening primrose, and like they would have trouble conceiving, and then once they took that, they conceived really quickly. So I'll start taking that. We'll get some babies.
Yes.
I made my last one at 40. Yeah, but you got started early.
How old was the wife though? Was she older or younger or the same?
I don't know.
All I know is with modern medicine, we can have 2 kids probably. Because you're gonna get pregnant on our honeymoon. You won't even be 40.
Hopefully I have twins. Can I have twins? That
A
would
boy
just
and a girl?
be-
That'd be fun.
Just one. Yeah, that'd be great.
And then you're done.
Yeah.
But after the first go, it'll probably be easy. They'll just come swimming out.
No.
They'll
That's not how it works.
just be like, no.
No, that's not how it works. Although apparently I was an easy birth. Like I made it easy on my mom.
Type of
because
wine
I,
if
like,
Terry will have a C-section. Just kidding.
Ah.
I'm sorry. Anyway, God bless y'all.
Yeah, have a good night, y'all. I might be.
4 years younger, he said.
I
He
thought
was
about
40.
going live later, but now it's 4:42. I don't think I will. So.
I might.
You
I
wanna
might
go
do a
live?
Bible thumper one.
You want to do a Bible thumper thing tonight?
But if you want to come to Bible Thumping 101,
Okay.
holla at your boy.
A geriatric baby sounds terrific. Don't call me I hate that term, geriatric pregnancy. It so
Everything-
pisses me off. She's 35. She's geriatric. Like,
She barely.
I do.
You still work.
Yeah,
You're not in menopause. You got 20 years to go, man.
I don't have 20 years to go.
15.
I've probably got 10.
15.
Till menopause?
15.
I don't think so.
54?
I'll probably. Most women go through
15?
menopause before then.
Do they? Not you. Not with me around.
Well, we'll see.
Let's look up really quick before you shut it down. What's the average menopause age in America?
All right.
I
Let's
say
see.
54.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I'm betting
perimenopause.
54. Throw them out there if you think I'm wrong. Put the average age of menopause in America. Throw it in the chat. Ooh, that's close.
52.
Pretty good.
Average age is 52.
Yeah, but with my youthful vigor, it'll push
Most
yours.
begin the transition between the ages of 45 and 55,
Forget all
and
that
it lasts several years. Anyway, good night, y'all. I'll see y'all around. Maybe we'll be at Jamie's tonight.
God bless. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.